Hey guys. So I was trying to do my intro, but accidentally came on, I was on camera instead of doing the intro thing first, but oh well. So, anyways, I found this really good video on Alex Murdaugh, and I think you guys are going to find it very interesting because it's somebody who's had been in prison in South Carolina for 10 years. So they have experience in the system there, and um, also he talks to somebody who's currently in there and ask them an opinion of like what Alex's life is going to be behind bars, and if he's going to be like a target or if he's going to be a commodity, you know, what's his place going to be? Because some of us wondered, would he be, a target? Um, but actually, I agree with it. What this guy says on here, I watched most of it, so the last third I didn't watch, but I'm trying to get a hold of the guy. So if he sees this, please email me at YouTube Ziggy at outlook.com. YouTube Ziggy at outlook.com. That would be also probably in the description of this video and all over the place on this channel. So, because I'd like you to come on and talk to us a little bit about your experience in South Carolina DOC. Hey, Kim, Jam, Marlene. Yeah, I mean his life is he had a life that most would envy, and that just shows you that people think that money brings happiness. Well, he chased money his whole life, and even said that most his money that he's got was not legitimate, but he kept wanting more, more, more. Nobody's ever People get away with it once and then they're like, oh, well, maybe I can get away with it again. And then it's like again and again. So this is the video. It's so interesting. The guy's channel's name is called Jumpsuit Pablo. And I think he has a following elsewhere, but possibly, I mean, the way he seems like he would be somebody who had a lot of followers, just like he just seems like he'd be good at YouTube, or doing this. So, and he has a video up about how he got like thousands of followers. So it must be on, he must have a TikTok or something or go live elsewhere. Greed in innocent people's lives. Yep. Hey, Jerry and Kathy and G Crime, John, John Paul. Yeah. Thank you, G Crime. I might put on my lashes while we're watching this, but man, greed can never have enough. Yes. And Kathy, I am totally down to. I would love to go to um, Tennessee if there's ever a trial for Summer Wells. Oh my gosh, yeah, I'll definitely be there. I mean, at least at some point. I can't imagine I wouldn't be. I mean, it's only a 6-hour drive. That's nothing. Hey, Pam. I think I saw that you emailed me. I need to get caught up on my emails. I got an email this morning from somebody. Does somebody know who Psychosocial is? I've never heard the name, but I got an email from some guy that looks like he sent it out to a bunch of people, like a bunch of creators on YouTube in this community. He sent it to me and like let's see, who else did he send? Yeah, he sent it to me and a bunch of people. Bunch of emails I don't recognize really. But he sent a link. All he did was attach a link to everybody. Well, it's good to see you, Saint. Thank you, May May. I did get good night's sleep. I overslept, but I figured it's the day of rest. So some days are, we get to have an excuse to sleep in. Anyways, in this email, he just attached a link and I clicked on it, and he's talking about somebody that goes by Psychosocial. And I don't know, he's like exposing her, saying that she's been scamming a bunch of people in this community, but I don't know who she is. Oh, I know. If any of us are allowed in at all, right, Kimberly? I mean, I'm just saying, if it's possible, yeah, I'm definitely gonna be there. And if it's a situation where they only let so many people in, then I'll stay in Tennessee a few days and hope one of those few days I'm, allowed access to the courtroom. I know. Have you looked at the Instagram on the sissy lady that people believe is PG? Uh, well, people have different thoughts on who they believe she is. So which Instagram is it? I haven't seen any. Well, yes, I did look into Instagrams of people of. Yeah, I did. When I was looking into that Patricia lady, I did. And that's how I found a lot of stuff and a lot of connections. Just thinking, the one picture looks like the lady that was on your show with Shannon. Really? You'll have to email me the link, or email me and tell me how to get to where you're talking about, like which profile it's on and which picture you're talking about. I mean, you probably don't have to tell me which picture it is, or you could just send me, I guess, a screenshot. Said with my sister. Yeah, I tell you, that lady lives with three other people, or two other people around her age. Take a number. I would try, at least. I know that her name's now Martha. That's because of what Kathy said on her live yesterday. She called her Martha, and I don't know where she got that. I don't know if that was just something she pulled out of the air just to give her a name. Just be like, oh, let's call her Martha. That's how I took it, but I don't know. I guess we're going to find out next time she goes live if she'll even say, because she was trying to be vague. Am I fading out for you guys? Is the internet cutting in and out for you guys as well, or is it Arthur? Who's Arthur? Yeah, she was attempting to be a homewrecker. Do you know her name? I thought I'm still stuck that she's, you know, her name's Pat, because she called herself Pat on my live one time. She slipped and called herself that. So it's really gonna be hard for me to think her name's not Pat or Patricia. Sissy M64 is more than halfway down her picture roll. Sissy M. Is it this lady I think she is though? That doesn't sound like somebody I. Uh, I don't think. Oh, somebody. I'm looking at the pictures right now, but I don't think this lady's her. Might be a family member. This lady looks too put together to be free to be Prayer Garden. And Prayer Garden she has straight up called herself Pat on my live. I'm looking through these pictures to see what you're talking about. I think people just, because people thought her name, she went by Sissy, and then there was a rumor of her last name being, Morrison, and I think people just started Googling or started looking up Sissy Morrison, and so that's how they got this lady. I don't believe that she is Prayer Garden at all. Not even for a second. I don't believe it, but I'm still looking. I went through all the pictures. I don't see any. If it is her, she's on Instagram in her bra. Huh. I don't know. You might have to send me a screenshot or something, because I don't see any with her. I just see a bunch of, this. Oh, no. I don't think. I think I saw who you were talking about. I don't believe that that's her at all. The first time I heard Peachy referred to as Martha Mercedes when Andrew Hunter's father got pissed at her dragging H's name. I'm gonna have to find the clip where I wish it's somewhere. It'd be like finding a needle in a haystack, though. It would be a nightmare. But there's a live that Prayer Garden's been on, and it would take somebody. If somebody found that, like, you would be our hero. But I really don't think it would be a ridiculous task to try to go through all the lives that Prayer Garden was on and find the one where she, referred to herself as Pat. And I remember it happening and being like, what'd she just say? And 'cause at the time, she was my guest, so I didn't wanna, like, bring attention to it. Right, Jerry? I've probably seen that Instagram somewhere because I did look into that person a long time ago. No, I didn't hear it, Sharon. It was taken down, I guess. I heard about it, but I didn't hear it personally. My throat kind of hurts this evening. Makes my ears bleed. I don't think it looks like the lady that was on your channel. You don't, maybe it's just a hair. Yeah, it would be a while ago. I think that lady, I don't know. I'll look into it more, but I just think that these ladies look like, I don't want to be mean. I don't. So I'm probably not going to say. It just doesn't look like Prayer Garden. You know what I mean? Yeah, she was first on my channel because she came on my channel because she said that she didn't have to show her face. Every other one she had to show her face. Is my live buffering for anybody else besides Pam? Anyways, this is a very, very interesting video. Like I said, it's by somebody named Jumpsuit Pablo, who spent 10 years in the South Carolina Department of Corrections, and he says that he just got out. He does have a lot of videos about his life in prison and stuff before this video. Doesn't look like he really covers true crime too much, but at all. But he's supposed to be a comedy channel. However, I guess since his experience of being in the DOC in South Carolina, he is answering the questions, people want to know, like, what's his life going to be like in prison? And where is this picture from? Was that when he first went to jail? I think that, yeah, I don't. Those ladies don't have, she doesn't have the same nose or anything. But I know the picture would be 7 years ago, but I think it's funny it says absolutely on the screen while we're talking about Prayer Garden. Absolutely. Well, I would say, I'm telling you guys, she called herself Pat on my channel. I promise you. She referred to herself as Pat. She didn't, she kind of did it without realizing she did it. Thank you, Mama 2, for letting me know. Hey, Flick and Bullocks. I also got a I was looking at this video and noticed a notification, which I never see comments. Like, I never see comments. So if you guys want me to see something, don't put it under the comments on my videos because I'm not going to see it more than likely. But I just so happened to see a notification from that channel we were talking about yesterday that, mentioned Athena being unalive, saying I did it, that I unalived my dog. Absolutely ridiculous. Anyways, she left a video. She told me to buckle up because now she's going to do a live about me, as if I was the first one to go live about them. No, I didn't even, I don't mention them. Anyway, so I guess we'll better buckle our seatbelts. I don't know what that. Oh, I'm just gonna be nice. I don't know what she could possibly put out that about me that nobody else has before. Yeah, no problem, Jerry. Yeah, he'll have to. They don't have. I don't think they don't really have well, I mean, they do have different areas. They do separate some like inmates, but they don't have like I don't think they have like a special unit for people who need to be protected. I'm pretty sure he's going to be with other and we'll have to listen to this. According to this guy, he should be in a very high security prison because of his crimes. Like automatically because he's been convicted of 2 murders, he should be in I think he said a level 3 maximum security prison, which you're going to be in there with the worst of the worst. Federal prison does? I don't know. I've never been in prison, thank God. Never had a felony. Hey, Krug's wifey. Okay. Sorry, sometimes I stall to start it because it seems like it takes like 45 minutes for until everybody gets in here. But I'm not going to wait that long. This is only an 11-minute or 12-minute video though, but even though it's going to take us longer, I have to stop it. I'm trying to contact this guy. I think he would be interesting to hear from, but something tells me he has a following on another platform and he probably is quite busy. But, it's worth a shot. Oh, really? You heard that PG called another creator and the number came up as Patricia. Geez, I don't remember the name, but Sharon and others went to Facebook and screenshot pics and posted. I forget how I ended up finding her. I went through tons of rabbit holes and stuff. Like, first of all, you start on a good one to start would be Sissy Bible Facebook page. Okay. Then you go to like see who's liking the pictures and stuff like that. And start to see if there's anybody who is see like dust in the air. See if there's anybody who you're seeing like a pattern of somebody liking often or their comment, you know what I mean? See if there's anything that looks like it could possibly be family or something. And then you just go from there. And I mean, it takes a long, 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 long time, but that's how you have to do it. That's like a good place to start at, like a page that we do know is definitely hers. Because surely she, with all those kids and grandkids she has, she's going to have. I mean, you can hear people. I've heard people in the background before at her house, like chime in and say stuff, like a guy one time did. So I guess, yeah, Jerry, I guess I'm just like so set on that she is who I said she was. It's gonna, it's, I'm like so sure that it will be hard for me to see that she's anybody else. I mean, she called herself Pat, and it was an accident. Like it was totally, just a slip. All right, let's get to it starting this. This is very interesting. Like I said, the channel name is called Jumpsuit Pablo.
He will definitely be able to place himself in a position of power. By him being a millionaire, he's definitely going to be able to have a lot of influence over the staff. He's going to be able to be, use his crafty ways. Alex, like I said, he's already damn near convict already.
Alex Murdaugh was recently sentenced to life in prison in the South Carolina Department of Corrections for several horrible things, including murder. Now, you're probably thinking, what does this guy with a lousy beard and terrible haircut know about prison and what's going to happen to Alex in prison? Well, it's a funny thing. I just got done serving 10 years in the South Carolina Department of Corrections, where Alex Murdaugh is headed to right this second. So I do have a little insight about what he can expect, what his time's probably going to be like, and things of that nature. But before I give my take, I decided I would reach out to a couple guys I met while I was in prison and let you hear it from them directly. So I got on a FaceTime video call with this inmate, and the first.
Oh, thank you, Jerry. Thank you so much. Very sweet. Thank you. So, and I just want to comment on this dude's like beanbag or chair situation in the background with the little ottoman. I want that. I already know it's super duper expensive because I have a beanbag lounge that I got that was like a few $100s a few years ago. Those type of furnitures are actually really expensive. It's ridiculous, but that is so cool. And thank you, Jerry, once again. Very, very, very much appreciated. I'm such a dork. He must have been in general population. Actually, yes, I believe that he's probably, I think he's going to be the opposite of what we think. I don't think he's going to be given a hard time. I think people are going to want to be around him. They're going to he's going to be used for his connections and his, he was a lawyer. He explains it. This guy explains it much, much better. No, you didn't interrupt my live at all, because I like to kind of get into this slow at the beginning, because it takes a long time for people to get here, and then people get here about 30 minutes, 45 minutes in, and then they're wanting to know what we're talking about. So that's why I try to go slow. Yeah, definitely for legal advice.
First question I asked him was, what do you say to people who think, man, as soon as Alex Murdaugh walks through those doors, he's dead meat. They're going to get him. What do you have to say to that?
Well, I say this: I don't think that nobody's gonna jump on him. Being that he used to be a lawyer, so anybody with common sense that's in the building is gonna automatically know that he's associated with law. He'll get a lawsuit on their ass, and he'll get a lawsuit on the prison. You know what I'm saying? And basically, by a lawsuit being on the prison, it'll force the staff to basically hold it on the inmates, and that'll pretty much eliminate the problem that he could possibly have as far as somebody jumping on him. And then you have people that also want to get involved for their own gains and their own interests as well. So and they won't, it'll likely be gang members and shit like that. So that ain't gonna really just happen like that.
It's a good point, and I agree.
So yeah, I mean, it's just common sense, like he said. He said that which I at first thought, oh man, he's gonna be a target. I guess it matters. It matters how he plays his cards. If he goes in there and he won't he's going to have to. Unfortunately, I'm sure he knows that he's going to probably be used by a lot of people. Who is that person beside Alex? That lady? I don't know who she was. He was getting money put on a vulnerable inmate in jail so he could get more Tylenol as he knees are hurting from exercising he was doing. Yeah, there was he had some type of issue with his commissary and he couldn't get access to it for a short time, I guess. And he was complaining like a sissy. Oh, this food's so bad here. God. Yeah, it probably was one of his lawyers for the financial crime or something, because I don't remember him having a woman lawyer in his criminal trial. There was 2 men, right?
The thing about it, in reality, I mean, unless your charges are really something related to, pedophilia, along those lines, people don't, what he did, it was terrible. It was horrible. But going in there, they don't really care about that. People aren't just, clawing at their doors. There he is. Get him. They don't care. They've probably done something just as bad or worse. Inmates there, they got a lot going on. They got their own situations. They got their own plans and things they're trying to do and execute. And a guy like that, you do something to him, he knows how to get some pressure put on the staff. Okay. Usually staff will look the other way for most things. There's an understanding there between the staff and the inmates. Usually they'll look the other way. A guy like this, he probably knows how to bring the right amount of pressure down on the staff. And when pressure gets brought on the staff, that's going to get handed down to the inmates, and it's going to mess up their routine. It's going to mess up a lot of their plans that they have going on, whatever that is. No one's going to say, hey, just because you want to punch Alex Murdaugh in the face, we don't care. That doesn't override everything that everyone here has going on. Now, although they won't just immediately attack him, that doesn't mean they won't try to extort him, which led to my next question. Is everyone watching? Do they see him on the news? Do they know he's coming? Are they eagerly anticipating his arrival?
Surely. If he go to a yard, where it's more hostile to level 3s and shit like that, and infested with the gangs and shit like that, then yeah, he'll definitely people be waiting on him. You know what I'm saying? People are already ready just to see him. You know what I'm saying? People just want to get around him. You know what I'm saying? People just ready to get with him. You know what I mean? So it won't be it won't be no thing. You know what I mean? He'll definitely be expected upon arrival. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I think that he's probably, unfortunately for I don't think his life in prison is going to be really that terrible. Prison life is now where he's at now. Intake, I hear, is horrible. Like the reception or whatever it's called into the DOC where you stay for like, I think it said 45 days. They give you all kinds of tests to try to determine which prison you're going to go to. It will be very interesting to see where they place him. These guys, he doesn't say anything. I mean, I didn't watch the last third, but I'm curious to know if Alex will have any type of influence of which prison he goes to. Hopefully there's some type of system in place in which he's like, it's an automatic that you have to go to a certain level. Like if you get convicted of murder, that you have to go to a certain type security prison for so long, or I don't know, rest of your life or rest of a sentence. I don't know if they ever transfer to another prison, but I'm sure they do if they have to, but I'm sure it's not ideal to have to transport inmates from one prison to the next. They probably want to get them to a prison, and that's where they want them to stay for the remainder of their sentence, I would think. But if he gets some like prison like Martha Stewart got or something, that's going to be bullshit. You know? Yeah, reception is not much a reception. It's horrible. He's going to be in there with the worst of the worst. He's going to see, he thinks he's all crazy in that jail. Now, jail is way worse than prison, from what I hear, anyways. I haven't been in prison, but from people I've talked to, it's way worse because prison's longer term, and they give you on commissary, you could get like makeup and games and clothes, certain kinds of clothes. Like it has to be certain colors and but yeah, they give you could dye your hair in there. They have all kinds of like programs and stuff, like where you can learn, where you can sign up for like classes and stuff. People are going to love him because he has connections. I know. And I heard that, and they weren't even questioning him. They weren't even asking like why or anything like that. They just did it. Teaching law classes. She probably was a problem. It sounds like she's like, Jam, she sounds like, I'm sure she is one that, look, 111 in chat. I'm telling you, I'm seeing 111 constantly now. I know, Pam. I know. I've showed her a million times. I know. I shouldn't even comment on it. They got Dahmer. Yeah, but Dahmer, okay, he was arrested at a time like where homosexuality wasn't as accepted, I guess, especially for men. He did a lot of his crimes were very heinous. he ate other humans, and so I think he would definitely be a target. Like that guy's so he and Dahmer has no type of influence. Like he didn't have they couldn't extort him, or he didn't have any type of he wasn't a resource to him. Yep, jail is for people serving 1 year or less. Love after lockup, yeah. Remember when my daughter-in-law was going to jail, she said she could not wait to get to prison because she got soda. Yeah, but warm soda, probably, I'm guessing. I think I remember having, like when I was in jail, I think I remember people being able to get like, now this would have been 20 years ago. I don't know if they still do it. I'm not sure. I have no idea, but I could have, I swear they had a pop on commissary. I think it was the plastic bottles though, because cans they'll make weapons out of and stuff. Oh gosh, Jam. My number is 111 and 1111. I see 1111 on the clock at least once a day. My kids have 11 and their birthdays. I lived at 2 different addresses as that's crazy, Chastity. Did you do that on purpose? Yeah, they smoke coffee. I remember people like spreading coffee on like I don't know if it was like toilet paper or some kind of paper, Bible paper, and smoking it.
The police can't protect you. None of this shit.
Surely indeed. Yeah, I mean, I don't care what you call it, extortion, an understanding, business. You call it what you want. You're going to have to be useful. And that's not just for Alex Murdaugh. That's for anybody. If you're not useful to anyone, you're useless to everyone. And that's just not what you want to be in there. Okay. Alex Murdaugh could be very useful in several ways that I can think of. Now, the level of extortion, the intensity of that extortion, how serious can it really get? Well, he agrees with me, and the answer kind of depends on where you go. And unfortunately for him, because of the sentence he received, you're probably going to be going to one of the more dangerous yards.
Like I say, he might go to Lee County, he might go to Broad Rivers.
Lee County. It's a notorious yard, and for a good reason. In 2018, it was on the news because of one of the deadliest riots that has happened in the state prison's history. 7 inmates died, stabbed to death with knives, homemade axes, all sorts of medieval-style weapons. It's pretty bad, and that's probably where he's going to go. So, my next question for him was, what do you think this extortion would look like? How does that work?
Well, the extortion probably more so work like goddamn, a simple bargain. You know what I'm saying? By him being a millionaire, he's going to be an asset, and want to, get him more involved in whatever they got going on. You know what I'm saying? And they'll probably just link his ass in with them. You know what I'm saying? Whoever's getting the drugs and shit like that right there, that's probably, you know what I'm saying? He's going to be linked directly in. You know what I'm saying? By him being from a smaller town, he definitely, you know what I'm saying? He's not going to have a lot of homeboys and shit like that. So he definitely is going to, he might have a harder time because there's not a lot of people around where he's from that's going to have a lot of influence. It's a small town. He'll probably catch more of a hard time.
Exactly. You got to think about it like this. There's no run-of-the-mill, low-level, nobody really knows this guy inmate who's going to just, really extort this guy. All right. It's going to be someone with a lot of influence, a lot of control, and a lot of power over what happens in these dorms, these yards, and even throughout the whole state prison system. Okay. Because there are many people like that. These guys are going to want him to fund really operations that help bring in contraband to them, weed, drugs, tobacco, phones, whatever they want. We got the plan. We need the funds. We need the money.
Yeah, his life is, it's not going to be that bad, I don't think, for him. Now, like he said, child crimes, that's much, much different. And sometimes, depending on how bored the inmates are, they'll even attack people who commit crimes that are abusive to women or who are women. But their main target is people who do crimes on children. So, of course, Don Wells is going to be terrified of going to prison for a child crime. He'd be basically good as dead meat if he was charged with sex crime or hurting his own, or it doesn't even have to be SA. It could be hurting a child in any way, abusing children. Yeah, a lot of those guys in there have children, and some of them are decent people who just made horrible mistakes, and a lot of them do have empathy, and some of them are only in there for crimes like drug crimes or whatever. So many of them haven't seen their kids for however many years or whatever, and so yeah, they're gonna take out that aggression and hurt on people who hurt children. A pawpaw tattoo. A pawpaw tattoo, yes. Yep, they call them angel numbers. Yep, that's where he's at right now. He's at the reception center, and it's an area where he'll be for 45 days until that's where you always go. I don't know if there's more than one reception center in South Carolina. Probably only one, I would think. I think everybody here in Indiana goes to Indianapolis. I don't know. Maybe they have a reception center in northern Indiana as well, and maybe in southern. I'm not sure. That would make sense, so they don't have to transport inmates all the way to Indy. But South Carolina's a smaller state. But yeah, all inmates have to go to a reception center before they are sent off to their final destination, their final prison. I mean, they check all kinds of things. They take your blood and test you for all kinds of stuff. They don't want to put anybody with, I don't know. I guess I'm not really that educated on it, so maybe I shouldn't comment on certain illnesses and stuff, but I do know that they have an area for people who are very sick. What? Oh my God. No, I didn't hear about that. Hey, Layla. Where'd you hear about that, Connie? That's crazy. What a freak. God.
We need the money to make it happen, and that's where you come in. He's going to have to do it. I mean, he doesn't have to, but that's probably where you're looking at. Maybe something would happen to him. So, not cooperating with that, not the best strategy. What is a good strategy if you're Alex Murdaugh? That's exactly what I asked our guy.
I would say the best strategy and shit like that I would use is my legal experience. That would be my bargain. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I can help you. I can help you out. I can help people with their cases. You know what I'm saying? I got money. You know what I'm saying? I can. So hey, I'm more. I'm more of an asset.
I cannot stress enough how much I agree with that. I mean, I tell you, I don't care if you love the guy or hate the guy in prison. Nothing is more important. Your hatred for Alex Murdaugh is not more important than you going home. It's the most important thing there is to these guys. They want to get their cases overturned. That's what a lot of these guys are working on. And usually the only place they have to turn is hopefully there's a guy on the yard. Usually it's some guy who's serving a good bit of time himself. He spent a lot of that time in the law library, reading law books, to the best of his understanding and knowledge. Who knows how good or bad that is. And you're going to go to him and offer him a little bit of money to, hey, help me with my case. Look through my stuff, see if I, help me put my case together to appeal my sentencing and the decision and, all of that. And who knows what quality you're getting from these guys. This guy, yeah, you're probably getting quality. I mean, that's going to be his strongest skill, his, one of the best ways for him to be useful in there. I mean, if you go to the most powerful guy on the yard who has the most control over the most inmates, you tell him, hey, I can probably help you get a lot of years knocked off your sentence, or maybe get your sentencing overturned completely. Well, you instantly become very important to that guy, and he's got the credentials to back up whatever he's claiming he can do. That's just a fact. So immediately, nothing's going to happen to this guy, because if something happens to him, I lose the one person who might get me out of prison a lot sooner or immediately. And when you look at it from a standpoint of possibility.
Yeah, very good point. So his Jumpsuit Pablo is his channel name. Here's his channel again. It's also in the description. And exactly, nobody's going to want anything to happen to him. He's a huge asset to whichever prison he goes to. If Alec had been convicted on ripping off his clients, if he would have spent his time in federal prison. Well, is all his clients, for it to be a federal crime? Does he have any crimes that were out of state? Wouldn't it have to be like a crime that was done in several states? I mean, with that many charges against him, surely like one or two of them are from out of state. So that's a good question. Can he be transferred to a federal? What if he gets, if and when, well, we should just say when he gets convicted, because more than likely he'll be convicted on some of them, allegedly. Then can he be transferred to federal prison? Money laundering. Hey, Pauline. Things are going good so far. So far, so good. Self-proclaimed liar and thief. He is. He tried to come off like he was just going to be completely honest, and just admit all his faults and say, but it didn't work because he was still lying. He got caught lying about the kennels, being at the kennels. Oh, that really screwed him.
possibly financially and, legally, he could be the most useful and important inmate in the whole prison system to a lot of powerful prisoners. Think about that for a second. And you got to ask yourself, could Alex Murdaugh gain too much of an advantage? I mean, this guy's no slow leak. I mean, he's been doing this out here for quite a while, mixing, mingling, making moves, rubbing elbows. He knows there's a power structure, and that doesn't just go for out there. It goes for in prison, maybe even more so. So, of course, I had to ask, what do you think? Do you think he'll be able to use his wits, use his cunning, use his skills to his advantage to ultimately set up shop and become a powerful person himself, maybe the most powerful?
The answer to that is absolutely. He would definitely be able to place himself in a position of power. By him being a millionaire, he's definitely going to be able to have a lot of influence over the staff. He's going to be able to be, use his crafty ways. Alex, like I said, he's already damn near convict already, so it's just about how manipulative he is. Majority of the prison system is full of people that's, come from poverty. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to be able to use that to his advantage.
Now, especially on this point, I'd say I agree, which I do, but who cares? Because if anyone knows, this guy knows, simply because of who he is. Who knows? He might even be the one who's benefiting off him pretty soon. Whatever happens with him, as soon as he reaches a yard, and what yard that is, I will know soon. I have an understanding, and I'm staying in communication with my guy, several other guys across several yards. As soon as any update happens with him, I'll know. Whatever he's doing in there, how it's going for him, what's happened to him, whatever the case may be.
So everybody should go sub up to Jumpsuit Pablo, because he hopefully will be putting out a video talking to another inmate that might be in the same prison as Alec. He looks evil. Yeah. And have you ever seen somebody who at one time didn't look evil? Kind of, I think, what's his name? There's some we've been covering. Kohberger. Brian Kohberger. He looked like somewhat normal at one time, but now he just has an evil look. I remember a girl making pruno and keeping it chilled in a plastic bag, resting in the cold toilet water. Yes. I've seen I saw they would completely flush or get the water out of the toilet somehow, or they'd empty all the water out of the toilet or something. They would use the toilet to wash their clothes. I mean, they would clean the toilet first, but I don't know, just like it was a little washing machine. A hair in Maggie's hand. If he didn't do it, then see, for a second, I thought the judge was going to say if he didn't do it, he hired somebody, but I know a judge probably wouldn't say that. But for a second, I thought he was going to say that, but he didn't. He said, if it wasn't you, then it was you after you've taken 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 pills. But if it wasn't Alex Murdaugh, it was somebody he hired, more than likely. And he was there when he lied about being at the kennels. That was a major screw up. I mean, nobody wants to admit to such a heinous crime. But maybe I feel like if he did commit this, I think he'll come out at some point and tell everybody why. I think he'll confess sometime. Do you guys think so? Like, I mean, it'd have to be after all his chances of appealing are out of the way. Hey, Lisa. She had dark hair in her hand. I only heard that mentioned once. Not sure if it was brought up during the trial. Yes, he could have never lied about that, or he should have never lied about that. Yes. I've been doing good. Thanks, Lisa. How are you? Why do I recognize your name, Lisa? Have you been in here before? Did he say he spent 50,000 a week on pills or 5,000? I thought he said 50 grand, but how could that be Exactly. He did say he was spending that like every week on pills. But even the most addicted person or the person who uses a ridiculous amount of pills every day does not use $50,000 worth in a week. That's like impossible. I mean, for that to be fact, he would have to. They would be having to charge him a crazy amount per pill, like I don't know, $500 a pill or something. Maybe he could use that much if he was paying $500 a pill. But there's no way he could go through 50,000 in a week with pills. Just not possible. So I would allegedly, this cat, I would allegedly say that he was selling. He probably had huge connections. Just think of the connections he had. Maggie and Paul were onto his addiction, finding bags of pills. They started watching him like a hawk. He obviously doesn't like being controlled. I don't know how many he took a day, but if it was anything like Percocets, or it couldn't have been Percocets or anything like that, because that has Tylenol in it, and that would kill you to use that much because the Tylenol in it. Yeah, I'm guessing he to buy from. He had connections. He had somebody he was. I wonder if anybody's going to go down. Like if the law enforcement is looking into anybody connected to Alec Murdaugh now, as far as to do with drugs, selling, trafficking. Because now they're going to know if he was spending that much weekly, they're going to start looking into the people he's mentioning, right? It was mentioned in court that Rutland observed strands of brown hair in Maggie's hands in pictures. If it was Hydra's, then he'd be dead because of the Tylenol in it. He said 60 a day. That still wouldn't be 50,000. Yeah, he sold them to so that that's how. If it's true that Paul and Maggie were just now or just right before their deaths were just then learning of his addiction, I find that hard to believe because when there's so many warning signs for him to be able to cover that for 20 years. I just don't believe it. So I think Maggie, at the very least, was very aware of his using. Maybe not the extent, but it would seem almost impossible for her not to know. But they did say they were finding pills and stuff hidden. But I don't think that's what I want to think. I don't think it has any. I don't know. What do you guys think? Oxys and Roxys here are 30 a pill, but now they are so hard to find. People sell them for 40 or 50 a pill. Yeah. But even if, okay, let's say they were 50 a pill. If he's taking 60 a day, what is that, $3,000? 60 pills times 50, is it $3,000 or something around that? 3,000 times 7 is 21,000. So that's still like way less than he claims to have been using. So even if he was paying that kind of price for Roxy's or Oxys at $50 a pill, then I've seen him go for 100 a pill back when, like, the 80 milligrams. Oh yeah, Lindsay Edwards. Okay. My cat, you're scratching me.
Keeping these lights on over here. Peekaboo, Sakina, Rico. Who else? Rico is our new member, by the way. Shout out to Rico.
Lindsay Edwards with Alex Murdaugh. Okay, hold on. I'm going to find the original. What's that?
But they're folks who are also part.
Yeah, Fit News. Former sex worker. Details. Worst encounters with Alex.
Welcome everybody to the Fitz News Studios. A very special interview today.
Lived here for 9 years, and it's definitely my place that I call home. Years, and with the overturn of Roe versus Wade, it made me want to come out and talk more about my situation and what I went through, and how Roe versus Wade really helped me and protected me when I was in that sort of imprisonment. And now that South Carolina is going to be one of the next states that puts an abortion ban up and starts removing health clinics and easy access to Plan B and birth control and stuff, it's not something I want to see for the state that
They're depriving people access to some of those services is putting more people in the position where they would get pregnant
for upwards of, I think, like 6 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that I would just end up taking that situation with me to the grave.
Right. Because that's sort of the code, I guess, of.
Yeah. And it's not really something that I wanted my family, my friends, my community to, I guess, portray me as or see me as, like, oh, she's just another prostitute. Oh, she was just fucking for money and stuff like that. And it's a lot more deeper than that. I mean, I was a dancer, and then I got put into a position that I was basically lied to and ended up like getting trapped into something that I had no clue about until it was too late.
Mm-hmm. And let's distinguish, because you and I, we had a wonderful chat yesterday. We were talking about a lot of things getting ready for this interview, but we were breaking down the difference of, there's dancing, there's sex work, but then there's people who are legitimately the progression that you went through. You started as a dancer, is that right?
Yeah. You would have DJ tip outs, bouncer tip outs, manager tip outs, make money and not have to pay so much to leave the club every night. But the amount that I was traveling from Beaufort all the way to Charleston 6 nights a week on top of $300 a week in childcare, it was still like just barely making it.
Or at this point, you're just dancing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Naive. I didn't know really what private parties was.
Now, how old are you at this time?
I'm 28. Okay. And back then I was 20 years old.
Okay.
So, they wanted to, they were informing me about how this lady would run girls for private parties. We'd basically be doing what we were doing in the club, but in private houses. And
have any of you guys seen this interview? I haven't seen it. I'm sure some of you guys have. That dog was black in the video, I think. I heard the hair in Maggie's hand was the doggy's. Oh, yeah. I thought that when they were talking about hair, I was thinking longer hair, but yeah. Has anybody in here seen this? Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I'll put it into the description real quick. It's under in the description if anybody wants to go check this out, because obviously I'm not going to be able to play the whole thing.
And rental houses, beach houses, wherever maybe where guys are having like bachelor parties and stuff, or like a guy's weekend and everything. And they were very high up men, I guess you can say, and would pay a lot of money for it. And we would make a lot more going with her and doing it privately versus being in the club and having to pay all these fees and tip outs and basically. And it was like, I can make my own schedule a lot more easier than. And we start driving around. That's when she kind of fills me in on what we're going to be actually doing. And that includes servicing men.
It's servicing.
Sex, blowjobs, everything like that. And she was passing around condoms and everything like that, trying to break down like how to ask for money. Like, you ask for donations, you don't ask for a set price. They already know the set price. You go in there, you ask for donations, you don't take off a drop of your clothing until the man has fully exposed himself. When he has fully exposed himself, that's when you collect the donations. And then that's when you take off your clothes.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. So they figure if the man's a cop, he's not going to expose his, manhood. Is that why they do that? That's crazy. Give me 40 and we'll see what happens. Oh, never mind. Oh, yeah. Not good thing. Yeah, you can't. Have to be careful on what type of pills you take when you have kidney, liver issues.
What's the logic there?
It was more so to see if they were police officers or not, because a police officer cannot fully expose themselves to you.
Oh, so yeah. So, okay, that's interesting. Interesting.
And when you're asking for donations rather than just for money in general, then that eliminates, I guess you can say, the ability to prosecute for solicitation.
Okay, because it's not a payment, it's a gift.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. So this is 2014?
Late 2014, yeah. I want to say about December.
And so you're in the car, you're on to the first party, and you had no idea until then exactly what would transpire.
I had no idea. And then once I kind of figured out what was going to be happening, I was like, can we just go back to my car? I really don't want to do this or anything like that. I'd rather go home. I'd rather just go work back at the club. And that upset this lady a lot. And she started driving around in random circles around town, speeding, slamming on brakes, going around circles. And the bodyguard that was in the front seat was loading up a gun, ready to put it to my head in a way to almost like influence me and threaten me. And I was freaking out and scared at that time. I was like, I really just don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. And then they started threatening about killing me, finding my daughter, killing my daughter, going after my family if I did not do this, or if I chose to do this and then go home and report it to police.
So at this point, you're not a sex worker, you're a sex slave.
Yeah.
Wow.
It went from like 0 to 100 in the matter of like 20 minutes. And I can say my first appointment, I guess you can say I went to, I tried to get off with just dancing, I guess you can say, away, and lap dances and stuff. I did it fully naked and everything, but they kept requesting stuff. And then that's when I can say my madam got out of the car and then just came in the house that we were at and basically bitched me out for a good like 30, 40 minutes and then stood outside the door to make sure that I actually did service them.
Do you love getting high, but smoking hurts your lungs? I've got you covered. You need to try these Delta 9 gummies from Mood. I always get my products from Mood because they carry the highest quality, lab-tested products in the industry. And these smell and taste so good. I actually have to be careful not to eat too many before the high creeps up on me. I know what you're thinking. Is that legal? Yes, they're 100%.
Unbelievable. You said something yesterday when we were talking, and it was sort of like the point where you went from, okay, this is a way I can make money, where I'm providing for my family, and then it was something like dancing you actually like to do.
Yeah, I enjoy dancing. I mean, I still have a pole at my house and everything. It's like almost like a workout for me. It's just something that I've always enjoyed doing. I mean, even if I'm half naked or not, it's just I've enjoyed the art of pole work, I guess you can say.
Yeah. But this was the first time I remember that you said yesterday, I did not have a choice.
Yeah. There was no choice. There was no sort of, okay, well, now that I know what this is like, it's fine. I'll keep it all secret and everything, but this just isn't the life for me. This isn't what I wanted to do at any point in time, even during my time as a dancer, that I ever wanted to do those things for money. I didn't want to degrade myself in that sense whatsoever.
So this girl was considered his favorite. I've heard rumors of escorts and stuff like that. But I don't know if anybody's really gone into it a lot, have they? He brutalized Lindsay. So I didn't really much either, but when I saw the Netflix documentary, that got me really interested. Because it's wow, this family is so wrapped up in a bunch of like really bad shit. And I don't know. It's very possible that Buster might go down too. He better hope and pray to God that he didn't have anything to do with that, with Stephen Smith. Because people are going to be looking now, and there's going to be people probably trying to contact Stephen Smith's family and friends, and you know how it goes. This is a sex worker. How she's talking about how she got pressured into, or pretty much forced into sex work. And she was going to do parties, but the parties soon turned into forced sex acts. So she's talking about that, but this is mainly about her encounters with Alex Murdaugh. Does Alex admit being with her? I'm not sure. Lindsay was a no-show in the Netflix. I don't remember them bringing up the sex workers in Netflix. They talked about the sex workers? I just remember them talking a lot about the boat crash, and they had everybody from that boat crash on the Netflix documentary, and it was very, very eye-opening. Mm-hmm. Seeing 222, and isn't that crazy? I know, that's about when I started seeing it too, Candace. Do you think it's because I planted it, you heard it here, and then you started seeing it, or did you start seeing it before I said anything? Oh, they talked about flying in strippers. Well, admitting it now, his wife's not around. His wife's been, obviously deceased for almost 2 years now. Stephen Smith was absolutely a hate crime. Yeah, rumors are that Buster was having a relationship, allegedly, with Stephen Smith, and Buster didn't want it to get out. He didn't want people to find out.
But I lost that choice. There was no way out at that point. No way that I felt safe. And even during the first appointment, she took my cell phone and was able to, like, somehow share locations of where my phone was with her that I had no idea that she did until later on. And that's when I knew, it's like, well, then that's how she found out where I lived, where I was going, where I was at all points in times, even if I wasn't at her house getting ready to go out for appointments that night.
And tell us a little bit some of these rules with the phones. You were telling me yesterday that when you're on your way to an appointment, tell us
Yeah.
about the phone drill.
Yeah. We couldn't have any sort of cameras out unless we were just like taking selfies of like us as like a group or whatever or anything like that. We could never have our phones like sitting up in the back texting. We always had to have them laying flat so then she could see in the rear view mirror what we were actually doing on our phones, because if she even thought for a second that we were pulling up like Google Maps or Apple Maps to be able to drop pins on locations of where we were at, she would absolutely lose her mind. It was not allowed whatsoever because she didn't want us to know where we were, who we were servicing, or what we were like, where we were in general in the city.
Mhm.
And we would travel everywhere from like Mount Pleasant, Johns Island, Isle Palms, West Ashley, downtown Charleston, North Charleston, Somerville, Goose Creek, just basically anywhere.
It's some pretty famous people on that list. We won't name names here today, but some people you recognize on television. And
Yeah. I mean, it definitely makes it hard to even watch the PGA Masters Tour anymore.
let's fast forward to
PGA Masters Tour. Who's on that? Let's see. PGA Masters Tour. Probably a bunch of people I don't know. I don't follow golf. I mean, I know Tiger Woods. That's it. Jumped you back 20 minutes. Oh, was there a new app update? Jumpsuit. Yeah, he talked about it. We watched it. We watched the video that Jumpsuit Pablo put up where he states that he did 10 years in South Carolina prison, actually, where he claims that he just got out recently. You saw it, Candace? You saw this before? Happy Gilmore? Gosh, it's been a long time since I've seen that. Huh, maybe mine hasn't been updated yet. Well, everybody avoid updating YouTube if you can, because if there's issues, YouTube app anyways. It looks like mine's been updated already. Oh, thank you, Sherry. That's so sweet. I thought it was weird when you said it last time too. Really, Candace? Makes me wonder. It makes me wonder if like it's something in the universe making several people see. I don't know. I know it's weird, but I never saw, not like, I didn't notice a pattern of seeing numbers over and over again besides 333. That's, I've been seeing, I started seeing 333. I remember it's crazy. It was in 2017. And that was like a big shift in my life too. Can't send super chats, but can send super stickers. That's weird. Is that everywhere or is that just here? Because I was going to. It's all about bringing out the truth. She won't mind you playing video. Connie, I just noticed that your name, okay, on the app, that is so weird. Does anybody else see Connie's name as Ani Hilliker except with the C? That is strange. Maybe this update did do something weird. The C is missing out of your name, Connie, on this last time you wrote. I just got a text that Damaged Goods is live about me. Sorry, it's messed up my phone up, but it's kept updating like every night. I do know that it's affected. YouTube has affected people's channels in a very negative way as far as financially. Oh, thanks, Sherry. I'm glad it can brighten people's day.
Late 2014, early 2015. I know you don't have the precise date, but you were dispatched with how many other girls was it?
It was usually 2 to 3 other girls in the car.
You were sent to a beach house on the Isle of Palms. Is that correct? Tell us about that particular trip.
Well, that was probably like, I guess you can say, like one of the first times that it had sort of like a private party sense to it of like, I guess what was portrayed to me. We all went into a house, even my madam, and it was a group of us. We were going in there. It was apparently like a guys' weekend or something like that. And there was like a bunch of guys there drinking, doing drugs, had a fire going on the deck and eating food, just hanging out and stuff like that, which literally for, I think it was a good, like the first hour and a half that we were there, that's literally.
Exactly, G Crime. I didn't know who they were. So I really didn't. I mean, I talked to White. I don't even want to mention them because I know they're trying to just get. I know they're just trying to get views. So, and how that happens is they get me to respond and then it brings them views, and they're irrelevant. I'm sorry. I don't mean me like mean, but they're not people that I want on my team. I mean, I would never say something like that, but I want people around me that I strive to be more like. And I have no interest in being cool with them. Didn't have any interest of being not cool with them either, but yeah, isn't that weird? Hey, Tanya. Let's continue here.
What we did with them, we were taking shots, doing cocaine, smoking weed, hanging out by the fire, and just talking and like almost like getting to know them in a way. And that's where I met Alex Murdaugh. And I remember that, like, I mean, there was at least enough girls for like everybody that was there. There was one man that was passed out in a room, so I think my madam didn't have to service anybody that night. And they kind of just like had like their pick of the crowd between like the girls and everything, and he attached himself to me in a way. And he was very nice and everything like that, very gentlemanlike at first. And we talked about like what he did for a job, what his name was, where he worked.
He told you his name?
Yeah, he actually did tell me his name. He told me that he was a personal injury lawyer out of Hampton, South Carolina. And I was like, oh, that sounds really familiar. I was like, I live in Beaufort. And he's like, oh, you live in Beaufort? And he's like, oh, I like you more already. And like we kind of connected on that. We talked about different places to eat in Beaufort, like Alvin Ord's, Plums, Paninis, stuff like that.
So he's treating you with respect. He's engaging you in
a good conversation. So I mean, like I felt safe at that point. I didn't feel like it was really that bad of a situation. I was in a lot worse situations before, and I was unfamiliar with people going to like hotel rooms with random people that just came off a back page and stuff, where I was extremely uncomfortable because I had no idea who they were. So I guess you can say having like a more like one-on-one intimate conversation with somebody and actually getting to know them more than just a fake name kind of put me at ease a lot more. And spending time with them, talking about different alcohols and stuff like that, and drinking and just different stuff to do around the area. It wasn't that bad at the point, like at that moment.
Sure.
And when it came time to actually have to service them, like my expectations were still pretty high. I was like, okay, shouldn't be that bad. I've already done this a good like hundreds of dozens times at this point. I was like, this shouldn't be that bad. I mean, he seemed like a really nice person, but I was violently choked with both hands, like being pinned down to the bed in a way by my throat. And it was to the point where I couldn't breathe.
By him.
By him.
By Alec
Yes.
Murdaugh.
Yes.
At this beach house.
Yeah.
This mistake is costing Amazon Prime shoppers.
And I was pinned down to the bed by my throat with both hands to the point where it was like almost like I was blacking out. I was seeing spots. I was seeing stars. I was beating and scratching on his wrist as much as possible to get him to stop because I felt at that moment I was going to die. And it was also while being violently penetrated. And I think it was like as soon as he was done, I couldn't have gotten up and ran out as fast as possible, even completely naked. I just grabbed everything off the floor that was mine and just ran out of the room and went to a bathroom and locked the door to get dressed and just kind of like collect myself and fight back to tears at that point. And to really just put myself back in order in a way to go on to the next appointment. And my madam was there the whole time. And she was in the living room, but she was drinking with the other guys and really didn't hear or pay attention to what was going on or anything. So by the time I got out of the bathroom, I just went up to her. I was like, we need to go. I want to go. I was like, I just want to get out of this house. I was like, I'm ready to go. And she's like, oh, well, I'm not really ready to go yet. We still got to wait on the other girls. So I was like, can I at least have the keys to go sit in the car?
He's the bodyguard.
Yeah. And she's like, oh, well, he's downstairs smoking. So, I mean, you can go down there with him. And I went out there with him and explained what happened. And he let me go sit in the car and he went up to go talk to my madam about what transpired and why I wanted to get out of the house so fast. And he came back down and just kind of like said she didn't care. She dismissed it. And I was like, how can you dismiss it for that one person? But if anybody else did that to me, you would be at their throat.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what to tell you. He's like, I'm sorry that it happened. He's like, that is something that would even upset him and something that he didn't approve of and didn't want to happen to us at all. And he was even just kind of like overstepped by her of like, nope, you're not going to ruin my fun because I'm happy.
They must have. It sounds like possibly she had heard complaints about him before. I would guess. Hey, Red. Who's on PGOA Masters Tour? Oh, you mean who's on not PGOA. That's Pro Guard America. Yeah, I looked, but of course I'm not gonna be anybody I know. Let's see. Dustin Johnson won the tournament in 2020. I don't know. I don't know these people. Hovland. Curl Kitayama. Harris English. Rory McIroy. I mean, it's a bunch of names I've never heard of ever. Jordan Spieth, Patrick Cantley, Scotty Scheffler, Davis Riley, Trey Mullinax, Keegan Bradley, Cameron Young, Ben Griffin, Sahith Thigala, Max Homa. Yeah,
having fun right now. I don't care what happened to them.
We showed you some pictures yesterday of some other men who were at that party. We won't get into those men now, but they're folks who are also part of this still unfolding criminal investigation, multiple investigations, as a matter of fact. But these are powerful men. Did you get the sense that after this happened, especially the way that your madam and the guy who was supposed to be protecting you, the way that they reacted, did you get the feeling that these guys were above the law? Or?
Yeah. I mean, she always fear-mongered us of how far her reach was, I guess you can say, of who she would service, who other girls have serviced, who she knows, why she's been able to get away with this for upwards of, I think it was like 25 years when I met her.
Wow.
And that if we did or said anything, we would basically fall off the face of the earth and nobody would have a clue or trace as to why.
Wow, 25 years. This lady's been in the sex industry. Not her, but her madam, she says. She said that if you heard her, she said, oh, one guy passed out and didn't hook up with any of the girls, so the madam didn't have to service anybody. Wow. So let's say that would put the madam at least my age, and she's still going to town. Where all his money went? His money went to a whole bunch of. My cat's saying, come here, boo-boo. Come here. They want to see you. She came up on me and Jim's porch in West Virginia, Parkersburg, West Virginia, about 6-7 years ago or more, right? You were a little thing, and I just thought you were the cutest because I was eating dinner, and you started eating my food, and I thought, oh, how cool. He eats human food. Very sweet. He was little, very young, but I thought I had Ziggy at the time. Show him how fluffy you are. You're not that fluffy, but you're kind of a fluff ball. No. You wanted attention, so. Okay.
And I mean, we ended up servicing mayors, judges, solicitors, district attorneys from other states,
Police officers.
Tell
us a little bit about that, because this is where it gets very interesting. Some of those appointments with police officers were not so much, it was more for information for your madam. Is that correct?
Yeah, she had somebody on the inside with SLED and basically every police department in the areas that she would service as well. That would give her information on stings and where they were located, what numbers they would be calling from, what names that they were even using as fake names when they would call in. And when we would go to the appointments where we would service the police officers, they would never give us money. She's like, oh no, these are ones that are part of our list to help us. And I was just kind of like, okay, didn't think much of it.
And these are police at which level?
The best way to burn fat and get in shape, it's not keto, paleo, fasting, or vegan, and it's not super intense workouts like CrossFit.
City, state, SLED, all of them.
And you were essentially having sex with them in exchange for them providing her with
information and protection in a way, I guess I could say. It was more so like, instead of getting our set price of donations, we wouldn't get anything. And she's just like, you don't have to ask for donations here. You just go in and do this. Or she would even do it herself. And then if we did it,
She would do it herself.
yeah, even sometimes she would do it herself as well. And when we would get back into the car, since we didn't receive donations from them, she would pay us out of her own money our normal cut of what we got from our donations anyways, which was about like $160 to $180.
For how long? What is that?
1 hour, aka one nut.
One orgasm.
Yep.
Okay. Is it safe to assume most men don't make it the full hour?
No. No.
We won't do an average time here, but take us now through, okay, so you've been through this harrowing experience at this beach house, and it was probably even worse for you because you felt kind of in a position with somebody, okay, he's from a town that you're familiar with, he seems nice, but then all of a sudden, was it like
Yeah, he is, Pauline. That's why he was married to Megan Fox, wasn't he? Isn't he the one that was married to Megan Fox? Sorry, looking at notifications. Callie, or Callie. I have to go here in a little bit, and gonna have to go to the grocery store. Oh. Why can't you be cuddly like this all the time?
a switch flipped or?
Yeah. I mean, you could just see like his whole entire personality just change almost in a way. It was, I guess you can say, like in a sense, like he went into like a completely different personality. And you could just see it in his eyes, like I don't know if it was between like the cocaine and everything, but just like even like his pupils just got so much bigger to the point where like his eyes were just like almost solid black in a way.
Did he have drugs on him at the party? Was he?
Yeah. They had drugs when we showed up. There was cocaine and pills going around, but they were running low, and so my madam had, I think it was like 2 more 8 balls of cocaine with her that she sold to them along with, a bag of Percocet, and they asked like, "Oh, what else do you have?" And she had, like, her own bag stash of, Xanax bars, and they bought a decent amount of those as well, not a whole lot, but I would say,
Did
like
Alec Murdaugh buy any of these himself?
Yeah, they were all kind of, like, compiling money together and everything because it was, like, to be shared amongst, like, all of them.
Huh. Take us to North Charleston a few weeks later.
Well, that was the second time that I met him. I believe it was at an extended stay hotel from my vague memory of in and outness of just trying to, I guess you can say, remember this all, but also like little area cues that kept me like.
You remember the sign,
things like,
didn't you?
yeah, the sign, the sign outside. It was like a tannish sign with white lettering and a green flower. And I didn't know who I would have been servicing that much at the time. She didn't. I don't think she said a name until like we got there. And I was like, I don't want to go there. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. He's going to hurt me. And you don't allow these men to be doing this. Why are you keep sending it back to him?
She used his real name.
Yeah, because we already knew who his name was or who he was and what his name was because he told us like the first time we met him.
And you remembered him from the party.
Yeah. And she was like, well, I'm sorry, but he requested you. He wants you personally. I'm like, I was like, all right. I was like, well, can we please just skip him stuff? I don't feel safe doing this. I don't want to die. And she's like, you're not going to die, sweetie. I know you got to get back in this car. You have other appointments. I'm going to make sure you don't die. But still, she dropped me off and drove off to drop off other girls without a care in the world. So I was essentially alone. And that time when I went up to service him, that's when he ripped chunks of hair out of my head instead of choking me. And I had bald spots in the back of my head, which it was like right at the crown of my head. And even the hair there is still taking a while to grow out. And it's nowhere near as long as the rest of my hair.
From when he pulled hair from your head?
Yeah, and it was like right from the back of my head. Like almost like right at the crown. And it wasn't really easy to hide or cover up whatsoever, especially having to have my hair down all the time. And
So there was no nice Alec this time.
No.
It was just straight into
just violent penetration and ripping hair out of my head.
Tell us about afterward. What'd you do?
Wow. Cats are cat around. I haven't had one in my life for 8 years now. Yeah, they stink though. You're a stinky. You're a stinky. You're a stinkies. Yeah. No, don't you? Ow. Ow. You're biting me. Oh, thank you, Pauline. Well, my cat doesn't like to cuddle. I had a cat when I was a kid that loved to cuddle, and her name was Susie, and I loved her because she would go under the blankets and keep my feet warm. But not this fluff ball. Not this fluff ball. I can hold him for a little bit and he'll stay still for a little bit like you guys just saw, but it doesn't last. Does it?
Do after this second time?
I knew I couldn't run out into the hallway naked or anything like that, so I just hurry up, got dressed as fast as I could, and I didn't want to sit in the lobby and wait for my madam to come and pick me back up, so I ran down the hallway and I went to the stairs. And I ran down the flights of stairs and I hid in behind the stairs in the stairwell until she pulled up to the front to pick me up. And that's when I left and got in the car.
A few days later, you get another call.
Yeah.
And you said at this point, your head's still hurting from everything that happened.
Yeah.
The last thing, you still got chunks of your hair missing.
Yeah. Still had handprints around my neck, too, that I was covering up with makeup.
But you were sent back.
Damn, he choked her hard enough to leave bruises? Wow. Oh, Candace. Hey, Tennessee. Gosh, every time I see you, I have to. Okay. Your email must got buried. That's probably why. I have a bunch of emails actually to. You think she's telling truth or lying? I think she's telling. Why would. I guess I didn't think about whether she could be not telling the truth. Because she couldn't go to the cops. It was her livelihood, for one. And also, they held a gun up to her and said that they would kill her. This was somebody that she met from the strip club and somehow became cool with and got her into doing house parties, which she didn't really know what that meant. And let me show you guys this. Can you see what's on this blanket? Here, hold on. Why don't you see this one? That's a picture I took of him. I took that picture. All these pictures I took. Well, I couldn't take the one I'm in, or I didn't take this one of him, Caitlin, and Athena. But Athena's in that picture. I don't know if you guys can see her. This is downtown Indianapolis at the Circle. And Jim and would always pick Caitlin up. And because he'd get bored easily. And so did she. So it worked out perfectly. Also, maybe I didn't send it yet. Here, let's continue to watch this while I... Jim's a relationship. Well, kind of. Kind of a relationship. He likes to... It gives him a purpose he likes to kind of take care of. You know, he's one of those guys. But he wasn't necessarily like the most... I don't know. He loved women. We'll just say that. Yeah, rest in peace. What's this say here? Your presence we miss. Your memories we treasure. Okay. It says your memories we miss. Sorry, I know I'm covering the screen, but our memory we treasure. Loving you always. Forgetting you never. Back when my eyebrow was pierced. You guys haven't seen me with my eyebrow pierced. Oh, I know he does. I know he does. I know he looks so rough. I can tell, especially after he first passed. Oh, you like that? Oh, that's so painful. I hate it. It's so painful to me. It's like because they do it in the same spot over and over and over and over, and their little paws, like, you know, in the same spot. Oh, yeah, I used to have a lot of piercings back in the day. The only one I wouldn't get, like, I was not gonna get my nipples pierced. Ow. I believe so too, Pauline. Hey, Lisa. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened this next time.
You're
doing great, by the way.
Thank you.
You're doing great.
So my Adam made the mistake of telling me where we were going and who I was servicing before we like even left her house. So I was able to kind of like sneak away in a way and like hide my phone as much as possible and ordered an Uber to meet me where we were going because I knew that I didn't want to service him anymore. I didn't want to be put through that hell again. And so I ordered an Uber to meet me at the hotel when we got there. And I, of course, went into the hotel, kind of just like the lobby at that point, and waited for my madam to leave. She drove off and left after she dropped me off. And the Uber pulled up. I got into the Uber and I was like, I had the Uber take me back to my madam's house where my car was. And I was like, I'll give you $300 if you speed like you have never sped before.
So you're bailing on the appointment. You're
Yeah. I didn't even want to go up there. I didn't want to do anything. I was like, I just need to run. I need to get out of here. I did not want to have to do that again. I didn't want to be put in that situation. It's not like I wanted to escape my madam for good. I think that's what she was thinking in a way. I just didn't want to be put in that situation.
You didn't want
with
to be
him.
in a room alone with Alec Murdaugh again, did you?
No, because I had no idea what would have happened. And I'm kind of happy. I'm kind of happy and upset that I did run away. We got all the way from that hotel back to Sangre, and my madam was maybe like a couple minutes behind us. I guess she was watching my phone, or Alec called her and was like, yeah, she's not up here. I don't know where she is. And she realized I bailed, and she, I guess, was following the direction of where my phone was going and realized that I was going back to her house and to her car. So when we got there, I already had all my stuff ready, unbuckled, like ready to just basically tuck and roll out of this Uber and run. And I get up to my car and I'm opening the door and I see headlights pulling up, like turning into the street at really high speed. And that's when I got in my car, started it, and I was backing out of the driveway. And I knew if I went towards the direction that she was coming, she would have just cut me off in the street. So I went the same direction she was going and backed up in to her in a way and hightailed it out. And we were basically in a high-speed chase throughout Sangre, and I didn't know the neighborhood well. So I'm kind of thankful that my GPS in my car already had my address programmed for home for Buford. So I just literally just had to hit 2 buttons and it showed me the route of how to get out Sangre. And I went around that route throughout the neighborhood and kind of like almost like did a circle through it and ended up back on the street that she lived on and that she came in on, went out to the end of it, got on North Main Street in Somerville, was speeding down that way, got on to 26 and was going at least 100 miles an hour down 26 heading towards 17 to get back to Buford as
They're
fast as
still behind
possible.
you at this point.
Yeah, they were still behind me, like almost rear-ending me at that point. Like if I hit my brakes at any time, she would have just rear-ended the shit out of me.
So high-speed chase through a neighborhood, high-speed chase on the interstate. What a night.
Yeah. I think it was like around the time that I think maybe we hit like North Charleston area, like by the airport, I want to say, that she just completely turned off and like kind of bailed in a way, in a sense, like, oh, I got other girls to pick up. I got other jobs to do. Fuck her. Just let her be. Let her go. So I literally, I didn't stop speeding. I didn't want to stop speeding. I literally sped the whole way back to Buford. I made that hour-and-a-half drive in 45 minutes.
Wow.
I was going about anywhere from 95 to 110 miles an hour down the road as fast as I could. I got back into Buford.
So that shows us like how much she actually how scared of him she actually was. I mean, she said herself that she had serviced hundreds of men beforehand, and so she thought Alex Murdaugh was going to be a cakewalk because she thought he seemed like a nice guy, so she didn't think it was going to be as bad as it was. And it sounds like it was absolutely horrible because It doesn't sound like she dealt with this all the time. And even if they did deal with something like this before she said that their madam would never have allowed that to continue happening. Oh yeah, well, probably escorts. Okay, Sherry, that's cool. 2 cats, a kitten, and plus a little dog. Aw.
I hid my car in like the tree line behind my house that I lived at, and off of Joe Fraser Road. And I went and I hid in my house in my master closet behind a false wall with my hot water heater for about 2.5 hours. And that was the time that my madam and the bodyguard showed up and ripped my window unit out of my master bedroom window and crawled through and literally flipped my house upside down trying to find me. And they ended up finding me and dragging me out of my house.
The same night?
Yeah. They dragged me out of my house and put me in the car. And I was forced to go back and service Murdaugh. And he was even more pissed and violent than before.
How late were you at this point? Or
at least a good 4 or 5 hours late.
So he's pissed.
Yeah. And that's I got hair pulling and choking. And if he wasn't choking me, I had a wash rag shoved in my mouth and was being slapped across my face violently for a good 20, 30 minutes. And whatever money I got from him, I had to turn it all over. I never got a cut from that. And literally the rest of the night, everybody I serviced, I never got a single cut from them. I had to turn all my money over, and I was forced to basically stay in the car and be serviced by her, or not really be serviced by her, but be of service to her and go to all these appointments till whenever she was tired and ready to go home. And then she ordered me an Uber to take me back to Beaufort because I didn't have my car. I was too much of a flight risk to drive.
So she took it out on you for fleeing?
Yeah.
After.
Wow. That's intense. That's crazy. My cat isn't a lover either. I can hold him for a little bit, but yeah. See, that's the difference between cats and dogs. Cats only come around when they want something, but dogs, come around when, they're completely just loyal. Cats are just selfish little bitches. Challenges me to a piss test. Is she going to purchase it? Oh my God. Okay, girl, get a life. That's hilarious. I'm not going to be mentioning that girl. She's irrelevant. Nobody knows who she is. I didn't even know who she was. I talked to her one time a long time ago, and I didn't know we had issues. They're making up manufactured drama to try to get views. It's crazy. I mean, they were making up that I killed my dog. Yeah, he only wants attention when he wants it. Oh, yeah. You're going to go buy me a 16-panel drug test? You're going to sit there and watch me piss in a cup? Do you really think I'm going to go live and piss in a cup? Get real. How would that ever be possible? Do people use their fucking head? How could you do something like that? You can't sit there and put on a live you pissing in a cup. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You know that's impossible. How would you do something like that? And I really doubt that you're going to pay the $25 or whatever it is to have it done. I would absolutely if there was a place that would I could do it, I would absolutely do a blood test or a drug test. I would have no problem with it. The only thing that would ever possibly be in mine would be THC from Delta 8, which I'm trying not to even do now myself because it just makes me too tired. So, yeah, I mean, I have nothing to hide at all. No, I want to entertain it because it's stupid. Like, you can't do that. You can't go live and piss like on camera. No, I'm not going to zip it. I'm going to talk when I want to talk. Really? He sleeps beside me every single night, but will not cuddle me. If I try, he'll get up. Yeah. I mean, I have nothing to hide. I wouldn't mind at all if there was a way to do it. If, like a swab or something, I wouldn't mind. I seriously would not care. I really want to. I would love to do something like that. I think it'd be hilarious.
After he took it out on you for fleeing.
Yeah.
There's one more time with him, wasn't there?
Yeah. I want to say it was maybe a few days later, maybe a week at most. And that time, she stayed in the parking lot the whole time, regardless of other girls had appointments, how long it was going to take, whatever it may be. She did not care what he did to me the 3 previous times. She was like, "You're just going to suck it up and deal with it. That's what he's paying for." I was like, "Yeah, but every other person that we've serviced pays the exact same price. And if they did anything like what he was doing, you would literally have the bodyguard in there with a gun to their head and having them choke the heck out." "Why does he get this exception?" She's like, "He's in my phone, that's why."
That's what she said. In her phone.
Yeah, in her phone, not like the little trap flip phones that they would use. It was her personal phone, which was like, in a way, it was like almost like Epstein's Black Book. She had clients that were personal friends of hers or that she serviced or has paid extra money or has done favors for her, whatever, that she keeps in her personal phone that basically got special privilege.
And one of the special privileges is choking you out and pulling your hair out and
for
shoving
rags in her mouth. Yeah, it was literally like the special privileges. It was like it was for something that I guess she needed a payment for, whatever. I guess of a favor that he did for her in the past. I'm not entirely sure. Still don't know. I have no idea. But I guess have just been like either longtime customers or people that she trusts and knows that are, I guess you can say, high up in like a legal sense, to where if something happened, she could go to them for free services because of basically all the blackmail and dirt that she has on them.
I do have to ask you this, and frankly, after listening to your story and the details, and after talking to you yesterday about everything, I don't know anybody could listen and not be completely convinced. But you said it earlier, we're in an environment where people have come at you and said, "Oh, you're making this up. You saw his name. You saw him on the cover of People magazine. You're just trying to get attention. You're trying to get money."
No.
What do you say when you hear those kind of things, and how do you push back against those kind of comments, Lindsay?
Honestly, I mean, they weren't there, so I mean, it's degrading to me to invalidate the trauma that I went through. And to think that I would want to lie about this.
I think it says a lot about Alex if he was capable of doing something like this. To me, that shows like a fantasy, like he has sick fantasies. And it shows that he's violent and he gets off on violence, which is gross. So I think that makes him capable for a lot, including unaliving. It's just I don't like people telling me what to do. You know what I mean? It's easy for you guys to say in the comments to, respond about like how would you react and stuff to stuff like I go through. It's very, very easy for you guys to say. You just have to keep yourselves in I do pretty well ignoring it, I believe, in comparison. And truly, the reason why I was commenting on that, I would love to do something like that if there was a way we could do it. I don't have a problem with that. I don't. So that's all I was saying. I'm not going to talk on and on about it. I'm not going to go live about them and stuff because that's what they want. And that's just all there is. If attorneys, judges, cops, investigators are involved, I would be worried for my safety. Yeah, exactly. You have to put yourself in this girl's position, as hard as difficult as it is. She's like in a position where these people are kicking out her which, you guys, this is a good lesson for many people, or a good thing for many people to know, like those with window air units. Make sure make sure those are very secure, nailed in. Some people just set them on the window. That's a lot of people do, just set them on the window and then close the window. Well, like the person just kicked it in, and that's how they got access to her apartment. They know she knows, and they know it can be found out through phone records. Yeah, I wonder if anything's going to come of this, like as far as like, do you think they're going to be investigating these claims? As far as what people are saying about these, like the sex crimes, or, kind of, are they going to look into who was associated with Murdaugh? And I mean, these boys, Paul and Buster, had this man for to look up to, and that's scary. This is in South Carolina. So, that's the state where, what is it? Southern Charm was on. There's a lot of influential people that live in that area. +90 charges coming. Yeah. He's probably going to enjoy that because it will get him out of prison. He'll be able to go to court, and it's something for him to do. Sorry, somebody's asking me. Here, I'll just play this video while I respond.
To think that I want money from this, I don't want money. I could care less about money. I wanted my story to come out, and I wanted to have the attention it could be, so it would get the attention to the abortion bans and stuff that are going on in Roe versus Wade, and that this taking that sort of healthcare and ability away from women in this state that are most likely even still going through what I have been going through or have gone through is just going to put women in such more great harm. There won't be an escape or help or anything like that for even people who have been in my situation or going through domestic violence or.
Well, if there is no type of, if they don't have the option for abortion or Plan B or whatever, that's like, and if they get pregnant, that's like absolute proof of, unless the guy is going to try, oh, it was consensual. A Jello lady? What's Jello mean? Oh, geez. I know, Giselle. It's okay, Jerry. It just seemed like you were like, it's okay. I get it. Trust me. It's totally fine. I get it. It's just, I get told what to do all the time on here. You know what I mean? So it gets old, and I know like many of you guys, most of you have good intentions and stuff. It's just sometimes like when I'm irritated and stuff, but I'm not mad at all. I'm over it. Really. It's seriously. Why did I just wipe my eye when I have makeup on? Like it's going to probably smear everywhere. Well, no. Wow. Pee off camera. Okay. That would be weird. I mean, I don't care. Who'd she say she got? No, she didn't get I don't know. She didn't say she got pregnant by anybody. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think she's just an advocate for, against these new laws. You're pretty and smart. I just can't stand bullies. You have to look at it, Giselle. How I've tried to change my mindset is that I look at it from, well, it's, free advertisement, right? You know what I mean?
Whatever it may be, or even just violently raped. They'll have to literally be stuck with somebody else's, I wouldn't even say poor choices, but somebody else's aggression and illegal actions for the rest of their life and have to be reminded of that. And what I've been through, I'm still reminded of it daily. And I think about it a lot. And it is traumatizing and it bothers me. And I don't want it to hold me back. I don't want it to let me hold me back. I was like, if anything, I want to use what I've been through to help other people. And if I do get money from this, then I don't care. I'd rather open a foundation to help human trafficking victims in this state because it's a lot bigger issue than I think anybody thinks.
That was one of the most impressive things in our conversation that we had before we came on. You had talked about maybe talking to some attorneys because I think as you had mentioned, there are dates and locations and obviously cell phone numbers and cell phone signals related to this that will paint a narrative that will show, okay, if people say you're lying, let's look at these numbers. But when you talked about the lawyers, you'd said that about how I don't want anything from him. What I want, tell us what you want.
I want justice for not just myself, but for everybody else that's been going through this. I would like to open up a foundation for human trafficking victims so they can start their lives over and not have to fight tooth and nail like what I had to get to where I'm at today. And to make it to where if these victims of human trafficking, if they're owned by a pimp or a madam, whatever it may be, if they can provide enough information to lead to their prosecution, that these victims should not be treated like as criminals and be charged for solicitation, prostitution, whatever it may be. They need to be treated as victims and victims as such, because once you get those type of charges on you, you can't get jobs, you can't get any sort of government benefits to help you, even if like you
Oh, shit, man. I was muted. Damn it. I was saying thank you so much, Giselle. And then I was talking to BB Diamond. I was sitting there. Thank you so much, Giselle. I was sitting there like talking to you, and gosh darn it. Sorry. Thank you very, very much. And then I was responding to BB Diamond where she said, okay, well, she said people like me. So I thought she had. And I was just saying that she probably has. You're probably right. I mean, I heard she was talking about how they had some precautions, like they were handing out condoms and stuff like that. But, I had on my live I did where Kelly came on and talked about her experience in trafficking, being forced into sex trafficking. She stated about having many, abortions. So even abortions that she didn't even know what was happening. They were taking her to a doctor and they're telling her it was like a doctor's appointment, but she thought the vacuum thing was a normal part of the appointment, of a gyno appointment. They had Dawn Wells on there. So they got Dawn thinking stuff that isn't true. First went to the financial indiscretions if he would be in a federal. I'm wondering also if he could be transferred to federal prison. Yeah, thank you. Oh, geez. Was that? I know you didn't, Jerry. I couldn't tell if your comment was like, I think you were meant like, oh my God, like towards them. I took it like you were saying it towards me. You know what I mean? I thought you were saying like, oh my God. That's how I took it. So, oh, but you know how I can be sensitive, guys. I'm so sensitive. So, okay. Wait, what's the topic? we're watching this interview of a lady who said that she was one of Alex Murdaugh's escorts, and she's talking about the abuse that she suffered at his hands, and she was forced to deal with because of his powerful position. They have a bill right now in South Carolina for death penalty for abortion, but Alex got life. Wow, do they? Alex's wife and son, Paul, had previously found bags of pills, was watching him like a hawk. He probably didn't take kindly to control. You're probably right, Connie. Oh, what did you say, Saint? I didn't even see it. I'm sure what you said is fine. You got just saying, hey, just saying to ignore it or whatever is not like that's not like really tell me what to do. It's fine. Making a suggestion is one thing. That's no big deal. I don't mind. Honestly, it's all in the way it's said. I just deleted those 2 comments because I thought they were like, oh my God, like towards me. That's how I took it. And then the other one was telling me to zip it. So I took it as rude. But but besides that, I don't mind opinions at all, or like suggestions coming from a good place. I know when it's coming from a good place. Well, usually. Like I said, sometimes I mistake comments like Jerry's comment, because I know Jerry's definitely not a troll. Spoke about someone saying mean things. Oh, it's okay. I had spoke on it, so I expect if I mention something, then yeah, people in the comments might comment on it. I have to expect that, That's part of the reason why people, try to tell me to ignore it and stuff. Not trying to be rude. They're not trying to be rude or anything. They know how it goes here on YouTube. If you respond, it just keeps going, and some it keeps going anyways, no matter what, but it does help to try to just ignore it, and it takes a long time to learn how to do that. Eats away fleas, really?
End up out of that situation and the pimper madam is locked up, you won't have anything to fall back on to help you to be able to get back on your feet. And then next thing you know, they're going to be resorting to trading sex for money again because that's all they know and that's all they've been doing. And it needs to be a cycle breaker. There needs to be an end to this, and to help other people rather than just criminalizing them and punishing them for the rest of their life. Like, give them a second chance at life, because people like me didn't have a choice. And I know there's hundreds of other girls that didn't have a choice either.
What about Alec Murdaugh? What do you want for him?
I hope, honestly, he rots in jail. Death penalty would be nice, but I feel like that's an easy way out. He can spend the rest of his life in jail and die in jail. He shouldn't get the same liberties or freedoms or anything like that as anybody else for the rest of his life. And it's definitely proven that the violence in him has always been there. He just resonated it in different ways leading up until this.
Let me ask you this question. The story, this incredible narrative of everything you've been through, obviously it's much bigger than Alec Murdaugh. He's sort of the flame that the moth saw come to, as far as, but you could have told this story to anyone. You could have sold this story. You could have, why don't you come to us?
I mean, I would like to say I'm a South Carolina native at this point. I have followed y'all for years. I'm friends with Mandy Matney on Facebook, and I've seen the way that y'all handle your stories. You don't let them just like sit there and be like, okay, done is done. Let's just move on to the next thing. You've constantly revisited the same things over and over and over and over again, and keep on pressing for information, keep on pressing for justice and a better answer. Whereas other people would probably just use this as like a front page cover news just to make sales and then walk away from it. And I wouldn't see any sort of justice, legal help, or anything like that.
And you've already, speaking of sort of that bigger picture, next steps, you've already had some conversations with some political leaders have reached out to you.
Yes.
Even before this aired.
Yes. Senator Shealy, she's been texting me, calling me, emailing me. We're on a very good talking basis and everything like that. And along with everybody that works in her office. And they're kind of like pressing for me to write a book now about everything. And to make sure if I get it published and everything like that, to make sure I sign a copy and mail it to them for sure, because even they're blown away by this. And obviously they're even upset too about how even like I wouldn't say legal officers, but the officers that were involved and everything like that could have helped and did nothing, upset them horribly. And hoping that literally SLED, city, and state police all get overturned and find the connections that were there between my madam and everyone there.
Hopefully they do actually look into that. She explained that, she explained it in the beginning, Samantha, how it all works out. Here's the link if anybody wants to go watch the whole thing, because I'm gonna Fit News, I think, right? Yeah, Fit News. And she wasn't allowed to take pictures and stuff. This was a forced, basically trafficking. I know it's hard, Jerry. It gets, but it's difficult, like with the new people, because new people come on and they hear the stuff, and they don't understand how YouTube works, and so automatically they just think, they jump on the bandwagon, because obviously if all these people are saying these things and they're thinking, oh, it surely must be true, so it's frustrating more so than anything, Right. I get it, Samantha. I know. Honestly, the more she talks, the less I believe. I mean, a book, not wanting money, but she could get any, she would do it. FBI is building a case against Buster and John Marvin. Which one's John Marvin? Is that the guy he got pills off of, or? Does Dawn know that I said, did Dawn respond to whether or not, did anybody ask Dawn if he pressured Margie into that interview? Alex's brother, doesn't he have several brothers? Is it the brother that was sitting next to Buster at the trial? I don't think I heard his testimony. The thin one? Okay. He said he never asked you to speak to Margie. Is he for really? Oh, buddy. Does he know how easily I can prove that? Yay. Thank you, Jerry. Oh, my Canadians are donating today. Or maybe it was Jerry the first time. Let's see. If it'll let me scroll back. Oh, yeah, it was Jerry the first time, too. Wow. Thank you, Jerry. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that it was brought to him, because if Don's really going to sit there and lie about he's really going to be getting himself caught up, because other people, surely he asked other people. And if he starts denying that he asked me to call Margie, can you tell me? I'm sure. Let me see if I still have her number in my phone, or the number he gave me. I mean, my phone's changed, but sometimes. Yep. How do I have her phone number? Oh, Johnny boy. How do I have Margie's phone number? I'm sure he'll come up with some excuse. Is he going to say he didn't ask me to call his dad either? Oh, wait, I do have that call. We'll have to just find it, because I do have the call, because I have the call where he was asking me to call his dad. I played that on here. And that's the same call that he was like really pressuring me to contact Margie. Oh, I'm sorry, Lisa. That's horrible. Your mom passed. I'm very sorry to. A pedo in the shadow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me see here. Okay. Let me think. What did I save it under? YouTube? No, it would be okay. I thought I put it under Summer Wells. Here we go. Calls. Okay. Be hard to find which one it is, but.
So I'm not recording you, and then they freaking release it. Like, they sound like about. It's just a tool to. I mean.
I don't think this was it. This one was.
Curve Garden tried to say that such bullshit. Check it out.
There's one in your area. Same atmosphere.
I mean, people have to remember everything that you're going through. I got an email, and it's like, hey, can you contact Doug and tell him that, like, I told you, I kept saying I said it a few times, and calling you, and then you called back the number. Well, see, you've been on my channel, I think, like 3 times. So I kept mentioning that, just to let you know, like, hey, little bit. So you're probably, it's just like a jab or something. It was going so good.
God.
Just said not to talk to nobody.
Yeah.
And I'm like, sure. I texted her back and I said, well, I'm sure that your detective would want to talk to me. Have him call me. And I never got anything back.
Yeah.
Why does she have a detective? That don't even make no sense.
Do you want me to read you her statement that she had me read yesterday? Or not?
Sure.
Or do you want me to just text it to you? I mean, if you're
Yeah,
wanting,
sure.
if you're wanting to go or anything, I can just like
Is
text.
that-
Huh?
No.
No, she was just saying like, so when you were asking to go live, she just explained why she couldn't go live. She was just saying that, and like what happened that day. She said you stirred up a lot of shit today. Well, first I said Don wants to know if you'll go on panel with him. She said, LOL, LOL, nope. And I said, I swear he's texting he asked. And she said, dude, he stirred up a lot of shit today. I said, oh no, what happened? I said, oh no, what had happened if you can share? And she said, he started texting me last night because I was in the chat on Doug's live and I just asked Doug to ask him if his biological sister was visiting him a week prior to Summer's disappearance. And he asked him and Donnie said no. And then Donnie texted me and said, why don't you just call me and ask me yourself if you want to know something? And then I didn't get the message till this morning. And then, so this is all Mary's words. And then she says, and then this morning I texted him and I told him that I cannot have contact with him because of the ongoing investigation. And he's like, I'm going investigation. I don't understand that. That was And then she says, and I told him that I couldn't have contact with him and he kept asking me to call him. I was at the doctor's office at the time. I told him I would call him back, but I called her detective and our detective said, do not contact him. So Donnie gets all pissed off. I messaged him back. I told him that I did a bunch of shit saying that I'm causing people to go up.
Sorry, I'm not going to
not McDonough.
I'm trying to.
And that was it. That was what.
You know, I was just like, why are, you know, I mean, you heard about the 423 chase thing. He threatened, he was mad. He was going to freaking, if he can't caught me somewhere, you know, he's a loose cannon.
How's he know he's a
loose? Somebody really thought that, okay.
How's he know that 423 Chase is a loose cannon?
The stories, you know, that Mary told, that you don't believe that stuff. A lot of people are like, that's, you know, don't believe it. But some people do. About my daughter and all this stuff. I've been trying to figure that part out. But he's kind of elusive.
Yeah.
A lot of people about him. And, yeah. Could be dangerous. Could be very dangerous.
Well,
But I was with him yesterday anyway, and we had lunch together. But I still don't know what he's thinking in his head, you know.
Is he? Yeah, I don't know. I've never spoke with him, Chase or Brad, whatever his name is.
I mean, you have to admit, you know, those original stories that Trish started spreading made me look the biggest monster that's walking this earth and should be dead 6 feet under. Because people are assholes, you know. And it's caused us a lot of problems. A lot of problems. I mean, fine, you want to come after me or whatever, but man, this is causing problems for my wife, all my kids. It's bad enough I've lost my daughter. I don't know if I'll ever see her again. I mean, and then they compound. There's nothing worse that can happen to you in your entire life, and then they come up with all this stuff immediately, and it's just on and on and on.
Well, in your defense, it's like, I mean, these accusations were when you were like, you know, a kid for, you know, I mean, they're saying 18 and 19 also, but after that, there's nothing.
I told you yesterday I'll give you my daughter's number and my son's number if you want. And you can call them and talk to them.
I said if they said it was okay, yeah, then I would.
Yeah, because I remember on one of them shows, one of the videos, Mary saying that I was molesting them. That can be disproved. A lot of stuff that they said can be disproved. Almost,
Yeah, if we can catch them in, some lies and that some guaranteed lies, then it will discredit them completely. If you can have a chance to, ask your daughter.
I'll ask my daughter I'll ask her to call you. Would that be okay?
Yeah, please do. And I tell her that I won't, just like I do with you.
So this one, do you heard him just say, I asked you yesterday. Now we need to find that call where he asked me originally. Let's see here.
You have to admit, those original stories that Trish started spreading made me look the biggest monster. And then they compound. There's nothing worse that can happen to you in your entire life, and then they come up with all this stuff immediately, and it's just on and on. And my son's number if you want.
It's like, these accusations were when you were like, a kid.
That can. And my son's number if you want.
It's like,
damn it! I'm trying to.
These accusations.
I'm trying to.
A kid for. They're saying 18 and 19 also, but after that, there's nothing.
I told you yesterday. I'll give you my daughter's number and my son's number if you want. And you can call them and talk to them.
I said if they said it was okay, yeah, then I would.
Yeah.
See, I went in and made sure I said, hey, I said if they said it was okay, I said I would. But I'm not I texted her one time and that was it. And she didn't respond. So I will find the call before this one. I don't know about doing it right this second, but if you guys want, I can find that call when he's asking me to contact her. And guys, this is so silly. Why would people lie about stuff like that? I can easily prove it. He's the biggest liar ever. We're dealing with, he's going to lie about asking me to call Margie? That just shows that he's guilty of pressuring her, because why would he lie about that? Bye, Pam. And thank you, Genji. I saw your message about before you deleted it, but yeah, this isn't even the call I was looking for. We just so happened to find that part. The dates, let's see. It looks like that call was all these, the dates are going to be, none of the dates are going to be correct.
Terry Oster said, I know this, I cannot verify. I don't have any firsthand information, but there might have been sexual abuse because they're in sexual abuse counseling.
Oh, wow.
So that, I don't know, but I know there definitely was, them fighting and, him picking on the younger one, Waylon. That's his name. I know what you're talking about, but I don't, because we can't ask them. And nobody will tell us anything.
The oldest boy.
They're in middle school. But you don't hear anything about them. You don't see them.
Wait, are you talking about the youngest?
That was my source on the boys. Don't have any more. Dink share.
Stupid bullshit.
Thank you for understanding that. Candace was only trying to look out for them kids, trying to do right by them and give them a little bit of life, you know? That's all she was ever trying to do.
Well,
I know Candace.
that was like probably my true. Would anybody ever freaking tell somebody? That doesn't even make sense. I just don't.
Girl, she's got a body from hell, and I've seen all kind of black dudes all over her at the park. And you know what? All they only want was fine for her. She'll be pregnant. If she ain't pregnant
How old is she?
What, 13? How old is Barbara?
Is she half black?
12. Bear is 12.
Is she half black?
No, she's white.
Oh, and she's built like a black girl?
No, she's just got her body from hell. And when I was at the park, like 4 months ago, there's all kind of black beats all over her, man. I was like, holy crap. What's the little girl that they give up for adoption? They had little 5, 6-year-old girl they give up for adoption. They told welfare, oh, we can't handle her. Take her to the mental institution. Mm-hmm. She was took away. Candace phone up. She was took away. And what? They told the welfare to take that little girl away because they couldn't handle her. And me and Candace talked to her, and we talked to her, and that girl was nothing wrong with that little girl. She was perfectly fine. You just had to treat her with a little bit of respect, you know. But she wanted, I don't know, man. She acted out because she wanted, you know, attention or whatever. But they sent her to Knoxville to a mental institution. They said they can't deal with it no more. She was like 6 years old, beautiful little girl. I can't believe it. And it just fucking freaks my mind out.
They just gave her away?
Yeah, they just fucking threw her away, basically. What was her name? Oh, man, I can't remember. But me and Candace both talked to her. She was this beautiful little girl.
So let's see. So that Allie had 4 kids. Hunter, then the one you said was 12 or 13, right? Truly.
Hunter, Truly, Bear, and other little girl. And they told him to come to get the other little girl to take her away.
Are they all different fathers?
Probably.
Because True is like half black, right? Because she's, and then.
Yeah. What was that little girl's name, damn it? Can't remember her name now.
Well, I tried, I just played that because I just so happened to get.
I've been thinking about this all day.
Okay.
I unloaded on you. I actually unloaded on you, which I didn't. But when I did, it was to all YouTubers, not specifically you. I want you to know that.
All right.
Okay, and I hope you're recording this so that all the YouTubers can know.
No.
No. Let's see where he asked about Margie. Is this the one where he asked about Margie?
I don't need to listen to all that bullshit.
I mean, Benny and his dumb shit, like, he's, oh.
He said he was going after the lab and this and that, and I said, the black, and they're playing games with your fucking head. Would you not want to kill him?
Yeah. I'm like, no, I've never even spoke to him. I've never even.
That little motherfucker, we got on with, what's that news thing? They come out here to our property, and that little motherfucking little bitch fucking got on there and said some bullshit. I don't want him ever associated with me, ever. Unless I kill that motherfucker, I go to prison for him. over that motherfucker.
Yeah, I was.
Then I will be associated with him probably.
Yeah, I was saying it's probably a good thing that Chris McDonough, like, doesn't he like live in a RV or whatever it is, camper thing that he travels all around and stuff. It's probably a good thing that
he travels all around causing havoc. He thinks he's a mighty detective, fucking piece of shit. Shit.
Yeah, it's probably
and trying to put people away for the rest of their life for nothing, like he did. What's his name?
Michael Crow.
Yeah, Michael Crow and his two buddies. It didn't have nothing to do with his sister's fucking murder. And my fucking wife and everybody else. Our poor daughter is fucking in some miserable place or dead. We don't know which.
Mm-hmm.
And that motherfucker got to come out and run his fucking mouth. He's lucky that motherfucker ain't around here.
So did they play your interview today?
I think it's supposed to come out at 9 o'clock or something. But them dumb motherfuckers put Chris M on there. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. What
I know. I wonder why. I don't know. I mean, you guys hear my voice? Like I was on lives so freaking much that I would lose my voice all the time. If you're a Ziggy OG, if you remember back when I would lose my voice.
Okay, I can't call it. I don't know. I tried calling a minute ago.
About the whole.
Being me to Robin, and I don't like it. No.
Yeah. I know. I didn't think it was cool.
Robin is my best friend. But Robin is Summer's best friend. That too. Summer loved Robin, and they're gonna say some shit like that.
Yeah, she tricked Robin. She tricked Robin into talking to her.
Yeah, she did.
And she tried to accuse her about a red truck thing. I didn't think that was very cool, to be honest. I mean, me and Cher.
Everybody's got a red truck, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Everybody's got a red truck. I had one that I stole.
Don't you think TBI already knows about if she has a red truck or not? You know, like
damn right they do. All the little kids. She's the teacher of the little kids. Two people just tear her down like that, and you follow with these ladies because I'm not mad at her. I took out on you what I meant for all the YouTubers, not you.
Yeah.
For all the
I tried to, but YouTube, sees it like.
Man, fuck YouTube. The nigger word, man.
I tried to edit out that part, and
it's nothing to do with black. Any color can be of that.
I mean,
just sometimes. What are you talking about?
She tried to kill you.
What are you talking about? Sometimes.
I mean, like, how, what did I tell? I mean, like, how, what did I tell you, Dawn? What did I tell you? We're kind of. It's hard to. I mean, like, how, what did. I mean, like. Why does it keep going back to that same part?
What are you talking
right
about?
there, he says, I'm trying to get right before that where he says that Candace tried to kill him a couple of times. To kill you.
What are you talking about?
She doesn't have any criminal past anytime recently.
She tried to run me over with my own truck one time. You lying motherfucker. Oh, really?
Oh, jeez.
You tried to run me over with your Astro van when I laid underneath the car, so you wouldn't go nowhere in Arkansas.
Oh, you're welcome, Betty.
So you're talking about hospital. She tried to run me over and went through the garage wall once. What garage? Ran through the whole garage trying to kill me. What garage? Yeah, right.
There is no garage there.
Stop talking book.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, okay.
if
We're always there.
when you what? Cocaine. Hey, your call is. How come I can't hear you? Like criminal past, not just. I was like, she hasn't been arrested for a long time, has she? Are you even there? Or, oh, you must have switched calls.
Oh, really, Connie?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Who was calling? Anybody I know?
What about that time when I whipped that bag of cocaine for you?
We're always there.
When you what? Cocaine. Hey, your call is. How come I can't hear you half the time?
Yeah, he was doing something weird.
Don't you come over here, man. She's hitting me.
Yes, you don't lie. No, I am in you.
I didn't do it. Candace did.
I don't know.
You just hear that? I didn't do it. Candace did. I think that's we laugh, but it makes me wonder. Is he gonna try to put it all on her? I was hoping I could find him asking me to contact Margie.
I think he went to the bar instead or something.
Oh, Donnie wants some whiskey. Yeah, we see what that does for you.
Damn.
Hey, see what that does for you, lady.
Okay, now remember, this is Tim Mullen on the phone.
Yeah, I'm actually sick, but I get it.
In the background, I should say.
Well, I try and tell him, Tim. Well, just keep beating them up, I guess that's pretty good.
I like you, though.
What do you want to when I beat them up? What? You know, did you read that article? Actually, he just flipped out and took off his t-shirt. I don't know what the hell happened. Yeah, I sent you that article. It's pretty good. Oh! Really?
Is that, what article is it, Bob?
It's the one he did it yesterday.
What station's that one on?
It's not the it's just on, I sent you the link. It's on the front page of the news.
Okay, I'll send it out.
No, man, I'm saying it to you.
Okay,
You can just read it and then you go to bed.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, okay. Good, that's the best. Very good. He said it's been going to rest for an hour now.
Ziggy's on the phone with us right now.
But he's on the phone with Ziggy, so, you know. Yeah, I hope y'all lying.
No.
No, for real. Are you lying? No.
No. I'm here.
That was awkward.
Oh, Ziggy.
Well.
What time should he be? Robin told me this.
What? Oh, yeah. Of course. Of course.
Okay, what about it?
Are you serious, Sharon?
I don't know what you want me to say to you. Are you
You're
serious?
telling me that our pastor,
Am I serious? What?
our pastor,
You
touched
seriously?
you?
You're not going to yell up at me. You are not going to call me and harass me. I'm not. That didn't come out of my mouth. I'm not.
Huh?
Robin said it. Candace, you can log on to my account there and listen to it. It is Robin. It's Robin's picture there. It's Robin. I can't. Look, Sharon. Why are you calling? Sharon, I can't find you. Tell your husband to shut up. Please. send you the link to that. Okay. All right.
What?
I just want to get to the bottom of it. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh hell no.
Hey, yeah. Hey, who's 423-251-05? You want me to call him three-way?
But why would you put that on our front street? Shut up, Donnie. Why would you do that, Cher? That's literally not even the whole video. So I don't know why you're only picking that part off and yelling about it. That's not even what I'm not yelling at you, Cher. I'm yelling at your husband. I'll just shut up, Candace. Be quiet, bro. Okay, I'm shutting up. Yeah, I listened to it. Oh, yeah, I know that. I didn't say anything about that. That's why when you're calling me freaking out, God, I don't even know what you mean. Because people are trying to turn it Facebook. Everybody, but I don't trust nobody. Stop it! Oh, shut up, Mom.
What?
And, I'll take that down if you want. I won't be able to play the game I want. If you want me to take that down, I'll take it down. No, it's just our pastor's really awesome. It's just, our pastor's really awesome. He's closer to Jesus than Robert's awesome.
Sorry, guys. Caitlin doesn't understand. She's used to getting everything that she wants, and lately she hasn't been able to get everything she wants, and she's not happy right now because she can't play her game. I went to do a deposit yesterday and it didn't go through because there was an issue, and so she's having to wait. She's not able. You know how you on PlayStation you have to have the subscriptions to play games that are multiplayer. Well, she's crying because I can't pay it right now until I can get until I can get my card situation fixed with that account. I know, Jen. This is when they're Caitlin, can you go on Xbox? Oh, jeez. Can you play on the computer or? Sorry, guys. Tim is just showing some of his money toward his butter and pan. Oh, you think that Tim? I know, but it's hard, Chiba, because I can't go into it right now. It's difficult because of Jim, and it's a long story. I'm not going to go into it right now. Let me see if I can find. I'm live, hon. Let's see. Let me see. I think the call was.
Hey, no.
Oh, that one's not it, because that's not me in the call.
Give out somebody's number without asking, Oh, I haven't watched it yet because I'm in that training, and right now I'm 20 certified recovery coach. So you know what I mean.
This sounds like it could be the call, possibly.
If they're worried about Summer, I mean, honestly, you know, they can go for an agenda. It's not.
Can't have that many subs, like. Yeah.
And that's what, you know, they're smart about that. You know, I got to give them that, but they're still, you know, it just shows they're in for the money, and that's it.
He would lose, you know, a backup because for sure narcissists.
Gosh, I talk so much.
Family, good home. And then when my parents split up, and my dad married my son.
Yeah, so I mean,
we used to come out here on these job sites and people would just run and scramble. Oh my gosh, here he comes. I always hope someone would whoop his ass, but nobody ever would.
Wow, he was that intimidating, huh?
Oh yeah, people would run. He fired people all the time. God.
That's crazy. I mean, I believe it. That's how my dad is. I mean, my dad.
And I was really screwed up.
Yeah, that's how. Well, you're.
Okay. I guess he's talking about his childhood.
Pretty, and wow. Now, as far as marijuana, I say you just started living with me again. I don't know what else more you could say either. I do agree.
God, I talk a lot.
Mm-hmm.
She's practically at the very edge of just losing her sanity.
Yeah.
I was having problems last night. I was starting to think about alcohol. I said, why do I keep trying, man? You know, I started getting real down, and I'm like, and I was thinking about alcohol and stuff, other things.
There is nothing
I agree, guys.
that can happen to you any worse.
And that's only because of God, because you know, it's just I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, I understand God's take on this world because you got to look at the war in heaven, you know, where you know God created, you know, Lucifer, the most beautiful and talented angel ever. And he started whispering behind his back. And if he could have killed God and took over, if that would have been possible for him, he would have done it. You're talking about your eternal life.
Supposedly, like about going on a channel or something.
I don't understand why Chris McDonough did what he did, or Allie and Hunter what they did. I just don't understand it at all.
I don't know. Somebody that knows her grabbed her.
Yeah. It's so weird. It is absolutely so weird.
She was like, whoa. But the only thing I can think of is that, I don't know. I don't sit there and back, and it's just, you know, a good person, and I just think it's crazy that they think. It's confusing.
The rest of her life, she just was so impressed by him. She just changed her whole life around after that. And who knows what she was doing? You know, if she was caught in adultery, okay, was she doing it for fun?
You guys are right.
Drugs? You know that.
You guys are right. I'm just letting you know what was happening. You know what I mean? Because since you guys could hear, that's why you all are correct. You know, it's, you know.
They had drugs or whatever was going on.
Well, the Bible has many great lessons.
We study out the Bible.
So this year, and with
talks about brings it to life.
Yeah. Did they talk about this Ellen White?
Well, in the Bible, it talks about the remnant church in the last days.
Mm-hmm.
The Seventh Day Adventist Church is that remnant church talked about in the Bible. It has come to life in 1840 or so, and will go all the way to the end, and will be persecuted.
Okay, that just ended.
I just wanted to ask, like, for calling right this second.
Oh, I don't know that they did. I mean,
you just told them?
I don't know anything about that. No, I mean, they never asked anything about that.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'll let you go so you can talk to your sister. I was just wondering to know how they knew about this lie detector.
Well, I'd say they got connections with the police department and everything else. I mean, that seemed kind of obvious to me.
Yeah, but how?
I mean,
law enforcement won't even release that information.
Well, no, but you got the behavior panel that works with Dr. Seal. They have connections with all the TBI, FBI, and all kinds of stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? They train FBI agents. They work with FBI agents, intelligence.
You never told them that you passed? You never? Oh, wait, you did? Wait, you did tell the behavioral panel that you passed your lie detector test, didn't you?
Well, no, they know all that. The behavior panel works with TBI and FBI and stuff like that. They train all them people. They're like, they're all buddies. They know all of them guys. Yeah. They train military and any coverage of summer hardly.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's the whole problem.
I bet you. Let's figure out.
She'd like just have one more episode just showing all her pictures, all her videos, and that.
Huh. Well.
No.
Try to see if she'll talk to you.
I don't want to talk to the bitch.
Oh, you don't now?
Nothing but be nice to Mary.
Yeah.
No.
I thought you were trying to contact her. I thought you tried to contact her.
No, there's no talking to her.
Yeah.
And besides that, you got to look at it like this. I'm America's #1 hated person in the world right now. Okay, and you're talking about your audience is 90% women.
Yeah, that's true.
Whose side do you think they're going to side with? Especially bitch ass Chris McDonough and fucking bitch ass Doug. Yeah. They're going to side with the women because they're little bitches too.
Yeah.
They ain't got no nuts.
Well, I know, but you don't. Yeah.
Everything that Mary and Jeannie's saying is blown way out of proportion. Mary, I don't understand why Mary's coming off like this. I really don't. I've always been tried to be close to her, but always told her I loved her and stuff like that. I've never, ever harmed her in any way. Yeah. In fact, I thought I protected her a lot of times, especially in that one incident.
Hey,
I protected her.
Did you, supposedly, and I hate bringing up bad things.
Yeah, I'd rather not even talk about it. It's just so stupid.
No,
there's nothing I can say.
Did you see Chris M on Josh's last night?
No.
He said that there's another person that's come forward, another woman that's come forward, supposedly, and now it's 7. I wish I knew who these women were.
Yeah, I would like to know too.
Yeah, I guess just within the last few days.
I'm about to get off here and I'll go get food.
Lady, I guess, supposedly.
It's okay.
I don't know. I can only.
It's nor.
I only played Red Dead. That's the only reason.
I know, but
I hate
you're just very. I know you don't understand. You're very, very blessed. A lot of kids don't get.
Dude, Zay's working 2
jobs. Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, you can't. That's just how life is. Sometimes we can't get everything. It is good.
If you don't pay it now, I know you'll pay it later, so I'm not really stressing.
Yeah.
What's this?
You know I will.
What is it?
That's just a perfume.
Are you selling it?
Too. Mary and.
No, it's kind of.
Mary, there was nothing.
It's kind of old, so.
There's nothing there.
I know exactly. I agree. I agree.
It smells good though if you spray it lightly.
I mean.
It's total lies, all the way around.
I don't know how they were going to be able to, prove anything so much longer. It's so far, back, and you were a kid, and you haven't had anything come up since. You know what I mean?
It's all bullshit.
Like
it's
these
all
people
lies.
are.
Look what they've done to Bill Cosby. Look at all the women that come up against him for trying to get him for money and everything else. They ruined that man. Them women that were there at his house to party and do whatever and all acting all innocent. All these did, them fucking bitches was there. They They know why they were there, or whatever. I mean, they run down that.
Right.
I don't know why why this keeps stopping at the, let me see if I open it. Why does it do that?
I just went through. Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, right.
It's all bullshit.
I mean, unfortunately, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't see how it's gonna come. Anything's gonna really come of it. And they find out it wasn't you.
Witnesses. This is where I was all day.
The behavioral panel said that
don't mean shit to them.
They're experts, and they said that you know nothing.
Right, and not only that, I got 7 witnesses. It shows where I was at all day that day.
There's the number 7 again. 7 witnesses. I know she gets calmed down. She's very, you know how kids are, but she's understanding right now because of Jim's passing. She understands why things are a little bit tighter right now. She gets it, guys. Seriously. She will, just like any kid, you know, she has a big heart, and she knows it makes me feel bad. So when I can't, you know, so.
I got 2 different crews at the job site. 2 different crews, plus my phone and everything else. That don't mean shit to fucking Mary and Jeannie. They don't care.
Plus his phone. That's why I believe he left his phone in convenient places, like at his work when he went and met up with whoever he did, allegedly. Kaylin's a very, very good kid. You know, she really is. Does so great with school. I mean, she's really, like on her schooling, she's really took charge and, you know, doesn't need me as much. Like, she's, I'm very, very proud of her. I'm proud of her for how good, how she dealt with Jim's passing. I mean, she cries very often, or quite often, about Jim, but she's strong.
They just want to run their fucking mouth and be super fucking whatever YouTube stars or whatever, and that's fine, whatever. Let them do it. That's on them. Just they need to understand. Bearing false witnesses. That's one of the 10 Commandments.
Oh, really? You just bared false witness by saying on another channel a little bit ago that you never asked me to contact Margie. You mentioned it a few times to me, and I'm sure I was not the only one.
Oh, it's not.
I don't know. Ariel says about possibly talking to me. If you,
I don't know.
What was your idea? That's why I brought it up. And
Wait, what did I say?
That says about possibly talking to me.
Wait, I say something right here, I think.
I can all go to hell, whatever. But I'm gonna call my sister.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, see what she says about possibly talking to me. If you,
I don't know.
What was your idea? That's why I brought it up. And it's up to you. It's totally fine if you would prefer her. And I was like, he's not gonna give me all. Yeah, I was like, he's not gonna give me that.
I would never have her number.
She's like, you need to ask her why she was chanting, saying those horrible things at the parade. But I feel like she's setting me up. Like, I feel like, cause I know she's in support of Allie and her, like, big time.
Oh, this is me talking about Prayer Garden right here. This is me talking about Prayer Garden. Now we know why she's in big support of Allie and them. Hold on, let's rewind that a little bit.
She's like, you need to ask her why she was Sissy keeps messaging me and said, it's up to you. It's totally fine if you would prefer not. And Sissy keeps messaging me and said, asking for you to give me Allie's phone number. And I was like, he's not going to give me Allie's. Yeah, I was like, he's not going to give me that.
I would never have her number.
She's like, you need to ask her why she was chanting, saying those horrible things at the parade. But I feel like she's setting me up. Like, I feel like, because I know she's in support of Allie and her, like, big time. So.
Well, you gotta remember, Chris McDonough's got Allie under his thumb. And she's against us.
Yeah, I wonder.
And so, whatever Chris McDonough's got on her, however, I don't know. She won't even talk because of Chris McDonough told her not to talk to anybody.
Well, yeah.
All these questions keep lingering and we can't figure out why,
Yeah, like, how I was saying earlier about Crime Stories of Seth having Allie? Well, it looks like that's not happening.
All right. Well, I was going to try to look through these and find that. I thought maybe it was that call. I think I remember it the first time he brought it up. It was.
Oh, it's bullshit. Everything is bullshit. Sorry. My bad.
No, I don't know. I just don't know where half that stuff came from, and like kind of. I don't know.
Well, there's a lot of anger there. You have to understand, man.
I don't know what I did.
Sisters.
You haven't done nothing. Okay, look. Okay, you haven't done anything, okay, and I apologize for you. So let's just start there. I apologize to you.
Yeah, but now all those text messages, all those text messages are going to be all over freaking the internet tomorrow by Benny. You know that.
Well, you know what? Everything I've done in the past 5 months is all over the fucking internet.
Yeah,
so
but if I promise you not to,
I'm not a.
Coming out like, any.
Wow.
I'm saying things about you guys.
I'm a bullshit. Do you think he gives a fuck about Summer? Fuck no. Fuck that. Fuck. Either today. I mean, Doctorsville people, they were cool. Like, they were awesome, but anywhere else that we went out in the streets and everything, like, hey, no, hold up. A lot of these YouTubers, oh, you're like a daddy to me. Can you tell me some scriptures? And then they come up with some fucking questions. They're just out. What?
You're like a daddy to me. Can you tell me some scriptures? I don't think any YouTuber has ever said that to you, Don. That is creepy. Weirdo. Yeah, it's been tough. But he's talking about YouTubers referring to him as a daddy and asking him to read scriptures to them. Weird.
Wow. They try to play that fucking game. They all have the same exact MO. Every freaking one of them. We've had thousands upon thousands of friends. And they're all after the same thing.
The truth.
They get so old.
I know every single freaking one of them almost. He's like a minute.
But he has to fight vipers. He has to fight vipers every day.
Because he puts himself in that situation. Like,
yeah.
People keep doing that stuff to you. I get it.
If it tells you something, it'll be the gospel truth. What Mary says, what Jody Sue says, and all of them snitching bitches, them are all snitchers. And you're allowing snitches on your...
Snitches. Oh, they're snitches for telling on what you were up to. So, the stepsisters, now they're snitches. They're snitches. Wow.
Tells you something, it'll be the gospel truth. what Mary says, what Jody Sue says, and all of them snitching bitches, them are all snitchers. And you're allowing snitches on your show, and you're not calling them out. There's a big difference.
I can't. How do you come up with the truth if you don't let everybody speak so you can, like, people can, I mean,
well,
I might know that some things are not.
I get that.
I want freaking.
I hear you. I know. And I'm not trying to come down on you or anything like that, but seriously, that's what she calls snitches. All my life, they've called law on me every time I turned around for anything I've ever done. They called my POs constantly. I had a good job at Hill Air Force Base. I had security clearance out there, paid good. I was working off the runway. I was working in a high security area, and they couldn't stand it. They couldn't fucking stand it. I talked to pilots every day. When they got done rebuilding F-16s and stuff, I got to watch them take them out on the first test flight. I loved it. That was so cool. And they ruined all that, man. They ruined everything. They ruined my life, my entire life.
We need to somebody needs to ask Mary about that. About what Don said here about ruining his job at this Air Force base. I guess that would make sense why Don had videos of planes on his Facebook, and I think his sons were getting rides in these little helicopter type planes. Sorry, guys. Stitches mean that we're getting to Don's truth. Yeah.
The shit that they're doing right now is nothing new to me, except for now it's just on a bigger scale. What? Yeah. Try to say I sold my.
I don't know why it keeps doing this.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm seeing the thing that Chris Sam does. It's all about women. He acts like a little wussy because he's catering to women, and women just love that. That's why he has such a large following, because he's a little bitch. He won't stand up and be a man. He's going to act like a little bitch all day long because women love little bitches that they can control. That's why they love him so much. That's why he has such a large following. Then women will do anything to protect Chris M. That's very smart on Chris M's part, though. I'll give him that. That's very smart of him.
No, yeah, I guess from a business point of view.
Yeah. But if you
makes like so much money on that. And, well, I think it has a lot to do with like people like.
They're shoving someone down on the ground, shovel with dirt over them, trying to kill them. You know, they've been doing this my whole life. But this is Satan's game. I mean, I don't realize that they're Satan's little puppets. I tried hard. I've tried hard my whole life, seriously, to change my life, to lean on God, to read the scriptures. And anytime I try to share anything about that, they try to shove me down the ground more. It's crazy, but it's the truth. I'm telling you the truth.
I mean, if that's true, that would kind of fit in with my theory, with the theory that, not necessarily my theory, but with the theory that possibly some like type of religious cult was involved, or he really truly thought he was doing something good for God to bring good towards him, but it was all about him. He's a selfish person. It's all about him. Why didn't he sacrifice himself?
I'm like you. You're the same way. You're so easy, like you said the other day, you try to forget, try to understand. You're real quick to forgive people.
Yeah.
But you have to understand. This is where I say that freaking Danny is smart, and my mod is the same way as Danny. He sees these motherfuckers for what they are. I can't see it. I can't see it. Neither can you, probably, to be honest with you. If you're anything like me, you're blind, just like me. You can't see these people out to kill you.
That happened.
I know. I've been fighting that shit off too. People are saying shit that they're me, and I'm like, I never say anything like that. That's what they've been doing. And they've been doing that on TV's side too, to be honest with you. And Trish's side. I'm not sure. I don't know.
The voice of a non-Christian.
Supposedly it's out there like that. I don't know if this is true or not. But I don't know if you want to mention or not to me. But supposedly Mary has said that you're not allowed to speak because you'll go to jail. Is that true? Is that why you're not allowed to speak on YouTube, or is that?
Speak about what?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's just like.
Man, she's making all that bullshit up.
Oh, is that true about the stepsister thing?
She is so full of shit. Every fucking word that comes out of her mouth, they fucking lie. It's really gay to talk with me before the fucking TVI went to his house.
Yeah, it happened at our phone calls. Like I would have to hold another device or something, I guess.
I record a phone call. Did you say you do?
Another.
Yeah, I'm an old man now. Hungry Crips. Yeah, Hungry Crips.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, big boys. They break white boys down every day just for fun. Yeah, I'm serious. Ain't no joke.
It's a goofy
This is
giggle.
on the real. I was like, man, I was born on an island, and I'd be at Hungry Crip, and it's like, they thought about it, and like, yeah, hell yeah. We're one of us now. I'm like, cool. Thank God. It was really cool with me.
Yeah. Well, I bet. What'd you say? She texted me.
We're talking about my daughter.
Yeah.
This ain't no fucking joke. We're talking about my daughter.
Yeah.
Why did they as soon as summer come up missing?
Well, and why is Prayer Garden so determined to try to help them? I don't understand. I'm like, I asked her, I said, are you talking to them? She's what?
Well, I've been trying to talk to Ellie, and I'm just trying to find out what the truth is, but I can't. I have to send the police on them and everything else.
I asked.
Shouldn't have said more killings, but I want to be the house.
I want to find out what. Yeah.
See, I would over there and beat the fuck up, and that ain't no problem either. That is no problem. I've seen that done a million times. I know exactly what to do. It is no problem. And you think they're gonna keep me away from the motherfucker in prison? And that ain't no.
Well,
and that ain't no problem either. And that ain't no problem either. That is no problem. I've seen that done a million times. I know exactly what to do. It is no problem. And you think they're gonna keep me?
Well, I'm just, yeah, I mean, right, but like, how would he know? You know what I mean? Like, who?
He's just making up shit out of his ass. And he's doing what Ali tells him to say. Why? Why are they doing this? But look, I'll guarantee you this, look. Law enforcement is looking at exactly the very same thing we're talking about. So please don't go saying anything.
No, I don't have to. I won't say like.
This is a long time ago, so.
We're talking about my daughter.
Yeah. No, it's fine. Like.
But in my mind, it's like you're working for Chris Ham. Well, something told me, Lord, that is so cool to meet them.
Yeah.
These boys are.
Black guys? Were they black guys or?
No, they're Tongans.
Tom did.
You know, island.
He was trying to describe to me who this island gang was, and I couldn't understand what he was trying to. And I'm like, he was trying to tell me what kind of race they were or something, because he was talking about gangs in prison, and I'm like, I don't know, Tongas. I have no idea what he's saying.
Oh, well, you
We're one of us now. I'm like, cool. I said them.
said that you were 6 foot, like on one interview.
Oh, you very well, man. I was 5 foot.
Yeah, you guys have been. What?
I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, I was mad. I sent him your text. I told you that.
Wow.
I was mad. I'm supposed to apologize, okay?
I just wish, like, you know, that I to clear.
Constantly, and so has Allie. And Chris M is the biggest liar, and Chris M is with him and told him not to talk to anybody. I could kill Chris M for that. Chris M doesn't understand where I stand with this, but I could actually fucking fuck Chris M for this. Because as soon as Summer got gone, Hunter and Allie took on us. Why? Fucking why? See, I want to go over there and kick their door in and get the truth out of them and put a gun to the fucking head. They don't understand. We're talking about my daughter. Yeah. This ain't no fucking joke. We're talking about my daughter.
Yeah.
Why did they as soon as Summer come up missing?
Well, and text messages.
Allie called Candace and begged her to take Hunter to the swimming pool with them and with Summer, and that's the video you see.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Then Hunter, there was no plans or nothing. She begged Candace to take her there and go swimming. Then Hunter goes in the woods, and I think she was talking. Hunter went to talk to Allie about something, but as soon as missing, they turned on her and started spreading lies. Why?
Polynesian Island. Oh, okay.
Do you know that they was at the when Candace and our church member
the parade
was at the yes, they was like, they got your daughter, and Robin heard it, and people in the audience heard it too. There's several witnesses to that. Why did they do that?
Like I want to ask me to go on a team.
Running games? Really?
Yeah, it doesn't.
That's
Summer was there.
Yeah. Well, why? Why is he doing that?
Right. People are because is he part of some kind of, like what? I won't say.
When they find the motherfucker or whoever's responsible, I don't know what I might do.
Right.
I really don't.
Hopefully they find.
I know exactly how.
Yep.
They're not fucking stupid.
Yeah.
You don't think they won't put me in there with that motherfucker?
No, they will.
She gets calls all the time.
No, I think they were given to him because they were.
Believe me, TBI on some angles on this whole situation, so I can't say a whole lot. That's it.
Yeah.
We gotta hit that. Fuck all them dumb motherfuckers out there. They sit there and run their mouth all day long and don't mean nothing.
Yeah, I don't worry about.
Remember what Lonnie Ross says? 99.9% of the bullshit out there on YouTube is bullshit, and that's the truth.
Yeah.
I gotta respect that because that is the truth. Right? Did you not hear that?
I say the opposite of what you're saying.
Yeah, I talked to him.
While you were in jail, I thought it was just at the courthouse.
Yeah, he fucking handcuffed my ass and fucking led me to the fucking jail. Yeah, I talked to Ronnie Lawson.
Why did he have to go do that though himself? Like that?
Motherfucker sit there in the courthouse and stared me down in front of the judge. I'm like, holy shit! I'm staring him down like, what the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
looking back and forth,
don't you think that was probably?
The judge turns his head like. I look back at Ronnie Lawson, he's still staring at me like, holy crap, I'm in deep shit. I'm
even show up there. It was like he was using it to make the laugh.
If I can help that man, I will. Listen, he's going through a lot of shit. You have to understand. See, not only is Benny going after you, but he's going after Ronnie Lawson. I begged him not to do that. And not only that, they're attacking his family and shit. All this shit's going all over YouTube. You see what I'm saying? Ronnie Lawson ain't done nothing wrong. I've been begging Ben to back off him.
I know. I mean, I just don't get why he had to go. It's like he was trying to.
Oh, is that okay? But this is my sister, if I can.
You're trying to add a call? Yeah, go for it.
I'm trying. Oh my gosh, how do you do it?
Is it Benny?
It's okay if I do, but it's not okay if you do.
And we're both peeing at the same time. That's awesome.
No, she knows because she texted me and said she was going to.
So that's when I've been trying to find, I have 2 more to go through. I'll go through them off of here and find it. But you did hear the one part where he clearly asks or mentions how he asked me to contact Margie. So, I feel like that's, proof enough to just to prove what I was saying. However, I will find the part where he's really, pressuring me. I have 2 more really long ones to go through. This one's not it because it wasn't when his sister was on the phone. He thinks it would be mean to have a supposed abductor punished. I think Don needs to be in a mental ward or prison. He's completely out of control and not dealing with real. From Funko? No, they're not. They're just these. Here, I'll show you one because I have them all sitting here. Here's one, Anna Lee doll. Oh yeah, does anybody want them? $20, 20 buckaroos. Cash up, zig, zig, ziggy. Or how about this ugly thing? This ugly thing. He's a monk. I do have a bunch of hair coloring still, and because I've stopped coloring my hair, it's kind of, I've been wanting it. I'm going to probably dye it back to dark blonde. But anyways, here's one of them. This is from the 60s. Anna Lee doll. This one's selling for over $100 and some online. If somebody would like it for $30. Woohoo! It says, Dear Santa, what I want for Christmas is a pony Anna Lee doll. Love, Sarah. Has his little hat hanging off the chair. So, it's selling for $135. I looked them all up. This one's from 1986. Here's one for Halloween. Trick or treat. It's a tag. Where's the tag for this one? Surely I have the tag for that. Because, you want the tag says they're... I'm sure I have the tag for this one somewhere. And I have the gold plate. I have a gold plate for this one. This is a little pirate kid. What did I have it worth? $25. But I'm not selling them for how much I just was looking how much they're selling for online. This one's from 1992. This baby. Hold on, guys. This one's, what's going on here? That needs fixed. This one's, yeah, so these are the Anna Lee dolls I've been talking about. But I do have a bunch of those hair colors. Here's one. My grandmother has these silly. We used to make fun of her so bad about these things. Little angel on a sled. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about when I talk about Anna Lee dolls. I even have deer. This one's an old Halloween one. This is a 1992. No, I do have miniature somewhere. I do have little ones, but here's a little leprechaun. I did have some cute little elves on the shelf, but those sell pretty fast because people like elf on the shelf, you know. So I still have a few more I need to list. Some of them are like, here's this tiny one. The Indians, for some reason, are worth more. This is a little tiny Indian. So you see why I don't let Athena back here, because she thinks these are toys. So yeah, that's the Anna Lee. Wow. Look at this cute little guy. A little pilgrim. But yeah, some of them can be worth some money. It's this one. 10th anniversary edition, 1993. Oh, cute. I haven't even seen this one. Maybe I didn't really look at it, but he has holding an ice cream, and it's like all over his shirt. Oh, which one? The tiny one? I don't know, just like $10, like, and that includes shipping. I mean, I know the little ones do go for just as much, but like I said, I'm not trying to. I have other little Indians, I'm sure. Oh, this one's a little one for Christmas, singing guy. And here's another Indian, an Indian girl, a tiny little Indian girl, 3-inch Indian girl. If you want that other one and this one, $20 and I'll mail them to you. It doesn't matter where you're in the United States. It doesn't change really shipping prices that much. Where's the other ones? I know I have more little tiny. Here, I have a Santa head. For some reason, these are popular, but they're creepy. You want what for sure? The 2 Indians? You want the 2 little Indians? Okay. What you can do is well, of course, you could email me so we could stay in contact, but also you could just send, I guess you could just email me first. I guess we'll just figure it out through there. Let me show you a few others real quick. Which one are you saying you want? How much for the little one? What do you mean? Oh, they sell for, I think, like 25 or something. 20, 25, 20. I don't know. This lady might know better because she probably collects them. Here's one with definitely more than. So really, I'm just selling them for that includes shipping. Now, the 20, I'm not gonna. It's cute. This one. Throwing a snowball. Snowman. This is from 1993. Here's my email. Email me and I'll get right back to you if anybody's like seriously interested. Here's another one of this guy is worth $45, but of course I want to sell him for that. But this is a Williams a pen, like a creepy. It says Williamsburg Man head pin. That's from 96-ish. There's my email. Here's a bigger one, probably 14 or 12-inch. Trick or Treat. This one's the older one, probably from the 80s. Actually, 1994. Skiing Santa. Here's a cute little pump. Well, this one's kind of is a little damaged. The thing that was on its head is fallen off. I have it. I have it somewhere, but this is just a pumpkin. This is a 89. A little Santa in a basket. Oh, here's some more Indians. Or a pilgrim girl. And another little Indian. You want to add that one on for another? Well, they're the same. Actually, these two are the same. I don't know if one has the corn and the other one doesn't. I could give you the one that has the corn. I have another corn somewhere that I could put with this one too, but I have 2 of these. And this one's on a stand. Yeah, I'm not a collector. These are my grandmother's. a pilgrim lady. Really, it's whoever emails me, and it's like really serious, because a lot of people will say, oh, I want that, and then they don't. Here's a cool one. These go for kind of a decent amount. It's like it's fix the little broom thing though, but it's a, what the hell is that? Oh. You hang it from your ceiling. Or from whatever, I remember walking into my grandmother's house and her having these hanging on the ceiling when you first walk in and, hitting your head on them. This one's, I had 2 of these, but I sold one. This is from the 60s. You just sent email? Yes, I do. I do have Cash App. That would be perfect. Let me show you a few more before. Did I show this leprechaun? Let me see here. You want a witch like the cat? I don't have a witch, but so here's the 2 little Indians I think you were wanting, and then I have a pilgrim, and this one has the tag. That's what's good about this one, but I could put the corn with this one so that it's complete, which I will. This is a 10-inch Mrs. Farmer, 1996. She has a basket of apples. I don't know why it's okay. This isn't Annalie, but gosh, 46. Holy crap. $46? And how long ago was this? I want to pay that now for it. This isn't Annalie, but was in our collection. It's a Vanderbilt bear. I don't know if anybody likes these little bears. A Christmas Carol, barely in tune. Retired collection, supposedly. Okay. Oh, did she have Annalie? An Annalie witch? I don't think I have a caroling. Athena, calm down. This is Annalie Doll Society logo kid 1996. It's hard to see, but it's I guess that must be my ghost dog. She paid $30 for the going fishing one like this. The guy that's fishing. That's crazy. I could. Homemade from a stocking. I have the fox. I know the fox is worth kind of a decent amount. I mean, and he has this little. I think it's this bag, or that goes with them. Or no, I don't know if that one's his. I'll find it. This one is his. Oopsies. Oh, jeez. What did the fox say? I did sell a whole bunch of them for way less than they were worth. So I don't have as many as I did have. So anyways, I'll email you right back. Did I show this? Yeah, I showed this one. So they're building a snowman, I say they because I have two of them. One's pink and one's blue. Or at least I did. I might have sold the other one. So where's all the tiny... Okie dokie. I'm gonna get off here, guys, and I'll email you right back about that. And thank you so much. I also have a lot of, let's see, purple hair coloring. I think. Bye, everybody. Maybe I probably won't be back on later because I've been on for 4 hours today. But I appreciate you guys, all the people that super chat, and I will talk to you guys later. Adios, amigos.